Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you very much, Peter. Excuse me very much. I'm absolutely fine. I think I just need a bit of more time vaccinated, and I've been tested today in the morning. So but I always get a bit homesick when I see that from Austria at its best. But dear State Secretary Kršić, dear Ambassador Vukic, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Sonja Holoverdi. I'm Director of Advantage Austria, Zagreb, and I'd like to warmly welcome you all to today's conference on digitalization of the Croatian economy. Well, digitalization is very high on our agendas, not only since COVID has been ruining our lives, but even more so since COVID is sadly part of our lives. And so it is a bit of a challenge to organize a live conference. It's hybrid today, but I'd really like to thank all of you who made it here today in person, that you made the effort and you're here today. We have very interesting companies here today, and I hope you will find it all a very, very good exchange. So we're doing everything to keep you healthy and safe, and I also like to take this opportunity to greet everyone who's taking part in our conference online. We'll put in a hybrid format, and thank you very much to everybody who's listening to us online for your interest in the topics, the use cases, and best practice examples that are going to be presented today. I'd especially like to thank State Secretary Kršić that he's taking time out of his very busy schedule to be with us here today and to give us an overview about smart government specialization projects in Croatia, so thank you. Thank you also to Marko Markic from the Croatian Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development, Director of EU Funding Department, and he will give us an overview of EU funding programs for the transformation of the private sector and industry in Croatia later on. And on the same topic, I also very much like to thank Anna Fresel for being here today from PLR Consulting. She's going to speak on the same topic, but from the view of the beneficiary. So we're going to hear how to best tackle a funding application for EU funds for digitalization projects, and she's also going to let us in on tips and tricks that she's accumulated over long years in her career as a consultant in this field. And very big thank you also goes to Professor Stefanic from, I'm pressing some buttons here. And here I am again. Professor Stefanic from the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering and Naval Architecture in Zagreb, and he's going to present his project 100 Smart Factories. Then we will have a little break where I warmly invite you to have a look around outside in the foyer. We have all our Austrian companies, our delegation is here represented with tables, so please have a look around, have a chat and see what's new there. And then after the break, I'm very happy that we're going to have presentations about best practices and use cases from Jedan Hrvatska, A1 Telecom. They will be presenting on 5G broadband. Been here a long time, so it's no need to introduce them. Then we have a presentation from Unix, Identity on e-government solutions, from Enphone about Claudia, the telephone system in the cloud, from TCM, International Tool Consulting and Management, about digital tool management. Then we have Kellner and Kunz, Reka, about smart factory storage units. One is also displayed outside, so please go and have a look. From then KVT Fastening will talk about digital assembly technologies. Planradar will talk about their SAS cloud solution for construction and real estate. And Bennek and Reiner, B&R Industrial Automation, will tell us more about industrial automation solutions. We'll have also Beterna here. They will talk about the future of ERP. And finally, per video message, due to the sickness of the presenter, unfortunately, from Infineon Technologies Austria, we will have a video presentation about the Infineon IPCEI project in the field of micro and power electronics. Unfortunately, due to the sickness of the presenter, we
taking time out of your also very busy schedule to be with us here today. So, well, thank you very much, and the floor is yours for a few words of welcome.
Thank you very much, Sonja. I was told I can continue in Croatian. Dame i gospodo, dobro se sjećam prve konferencije o digitalizaciji i industriji 4.0 u Hrvatskoj, koju je organizirao Ured za vanjsku trgovinu, odnosno Ured Advantage AUSTRIA u rujnu 2019. u Crash centru tu u Zagrebu. A tada o koroni još nije bilo ni govora. A sad se eto već nalazimo u drugoj godini pandemije koronavirusa koja je nanijela veliku štetu gospodarstvu i gospodarstvenicima. Ali postoji i dobra, odlična vijest. Za obnovu Europe nakon COVID-19 izdvojen je gotovo nezamisliv iznos od 2,02 bilijuna eura. To je najveći paket poticaja ikad financiran u Europi. No jedno je važno, ti EU fondovi mogu se povlačiti uglavnom za projekte koji će učiniti Europu zelenijom, otpornijom i digitalnijom. Srdačna dobrodošlica i s moje strane svima koji danas sudjeluju na ovoj konferenciji Digitalizacija hrvatskog gospodarstva. Kao austrijskog veleposlanika me posebno veseli što je tu s nama i gospodin državni tajnik Bernard Gršić. A zahvaljujem i našem, mogu reći našem uredu Advantage AUSTRIA na čelu s gospođom Sonjom Holacher-Ertl što je organizirala ovaj današnji event. Austrija se može pohvaliti tradicionalno snažnim industrijskim sektorom. Ključ uspjeha austrijskih industrijskih poduzeća leži u tome što su već veoma rano ulagali u automatizaciju i digitalizaciju. Stoga je Austrija jedna od vodećih zemalja u području pametnih tvornica, znači smart factories. Austriju i Hrvatsku spaja dugogodišnja, uspješna suradnja austrijskih poduzeća i ustanova. I velik dio austrijskih tvrtki koji će danas predstavljati svoje najbolje prakse i primjene je već dugi niz godina prisutan tu u Hrvatskoj. Te tvrtke su već mnogo investirali i, što je vrlo važno, i dalje ulažu. A na taj način otvaraju kvalitetna radna mjesta. A danas se pruži sjajna prilika da austrijski i hrvatski partneri razmjenjuju iskustva, dijele znanja u sektorima budućnosti, kao što su digitalizacija, industrija 4.0, smart factories, te da raspravljaju o mogućnostima povlačenja EU fondova. Veselim se mnogim zanimljivim prezentacijama i želim vam plodonosne i vrlo uspješne razgovore i diskusije. Hvala.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Vukitic. May I ask now State Secretary Gršić to open our conference and then for your presentation. Thank you very much.
svima. Ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all warmly. Welcome to the business conference Digitalization of the Croatian economy. The digital transformation is an opportunity for Croatia and the European Union to address some of their structural, economic, political and social challenges they are faced with. From a labor market perspective, digital transformation can promote social inclusion and reduce economic inequality by increasing participation of more disadvantaged social groups such as women, persons with disabilities, or those living in remote areas. E-governance is a key tool to facilitate administrative procedures for the benefit of citizens and businesses. Furthermore, it can provide for greater transparency and remove or at least reduce points for corruption in the judiciary, healthcare system, local government and other sectors. Thus, embracing e-governance can tackle key weaknesses in the rule of law and corruption in all member states. With regional convergence in the digital sector underway, coordination, harmonization and interoperability with each other and with the European Union will reduce cost and encourage the emergence of the entire multi-layer fifth generation network architecture, which in addition to high technical parameters should be primarily characterized by reliability and integrity. European Commission presented a vision and avenues for Europe's digital transformation by 2030 throughout Digital Compass. This Digital Compass for the European Union's digital decade involves around 4 cardinal points: skills, digital transformation of businesses, secure and sustainable digital infrastructures, and the digitalization of public services. The future of the development of the European Union depends on the implementation and further evolution of digitalization in all parts of our society. And in the case of digital natives, that is our children, we should teach them about the benefits but also the dangers of their digital environment. In the end, the purpose of development of IT technology, artificial intelligence and other disruptive technologies is man. Thank you for attention. možda bi bilo bolje da ovo nastavi na hrvatskom. Ako nemate ništa protiv, inače tražimo da bude na engleskom, ali bit će jednostavnije ovako. U ovom uvodnom dijelu, kad govorimo o digitalnoj transformaciji, sama riječ transformacija u stvari znači opisuje jedan proces koji donosi promjene i za koje smo mi, koji u stvari na samom početku nas uvodi u to da moramo biti svjesni onoga što te promjene donose. Dakle, budući da je današnje digitalno doba u kojem živimo uistinu digitalno i digitalne tehnologije su već danas oko nas, okružuju nas, na nama je samo da razmislimo na koji način ćemo te tehnologije primjenjivati, kako ćemo se s njima služiti, a naravno te tehnologije nam služe da sve svoje procese ubrzamo, da ono što radimo u tome budemo efikasniji, bolji, da stvaramo brže, jednostavnije novu dodanu vrijednost. Ono što sam i naglasio u svom uvodnom dijelu, dakle, čovjeka trebamo držati u fokusu svih zbivanja digitalne transformacije. Ali isto tako, digitalne tehnologije, digitalne informacije, odnosno informacije pružene digitalnim putem moraju biti dostupne svima. Što to znači da svi građani moraju biti uključeni. Digitalna transformacija nije samo tehnologija. Ona mijenja poslovni model, stvara nove vrijednosti, a događa se u našim glavama, događa se u našim mislima i upravo nam je to ključ daljnjeg našeg napretka u digitalizaciji. Onoliko brzo koliko smo spremni mijenjati sebe u današnje vrijeme, prilagođavati svoj način života, odnosno da ne bi ispalo da se mi moramo prilagođavati digitalnim tehnologijama, nego implementirati digitalne tehnologije u naš život, koristiti na ispravan način, toliko brzo ćemo napredovati u digitalizaciji. Znači, digitalne tehnologije nam pomažu da štedimo vrijeme i novac, da budemo efikasniji i da otvaramo nove talente, nova radna mjesta i da budemo inovativni. Često puta spomenem na svojim predavanjima i izlaganjima gdje kažem kako i njezin brza primjena je u stvari nešto što nas u svemu tjera naprijed. A u tome svemu se trebaju uključiti i vlada sa svojim ciljevima, pružajući modele kolaboracije, odnosno međusobnog komuniciranja na razini vlada, na razini građana, stvarajući bolje efekte, stvarajući bolje radne okoline, ali i pružajući svoje usluge puno brže, kvalitetnije, transparentnije, da bi građani, korisnici vladnih usluga isto tako imali one benefite koje digitalna tehnologija pruža. snaga podataka danas je isto tako tema o kojoj je potrebno razgovarati, jer i to je područje na kojem se stvara velika mogućnost razvoja industrije i stvaranja novih poslova. Ono što je u stvari cijelu Europsku uniju tijekom prošle i ove godine zadesila, to je pandemija COVID-19 i svega toga dolazimo do nacionalnih planova otpornosti, oporavka i otpornosti. U svemu tome Republika Hrvatska je, kao i sve članice Europske unije, morala implementirati nacionalni plan najmanje 20% sredstava za digitalizaciju. U Hrvatskoj je taj iznos 20,4%, što je za Hrvatsku jedan jako veliki izazov, odnosno jako veliki iznos. Kada govorimo o onome što radi Središnji državni ured za razvoj digitalnog društva, govorimo o jednom dijelu nacionalnog plana oporavka i otpornosti koji se odnosi na digitalnu transformaciju i javnu upravu. U tom dijelu osigurano je za 21 investiciju 2,9 milijardi kuna, što iznosi otprilike oko 6% nacionalnog plana oporavka i otpornosti. Tu smo razmišljali i vodili se svim dostupnim podacima kako i najbolje stvoriti okvir u kojem će Hrvatska u sljedećem periodu digitalno promijeniti svoju okolinu, stvoriti digitalno društvo puno bolje i kvalitetnije nego danas. Jedan kratki pregled u stvari nacionalnog plana oporavka i otpornosti je pred vama, znači imamo 5 komponenti, jednu inicijativu, 222 mjere, 371 milestone ili i targets, znači i sve ukupno je 6,3 milijarde eura Hrvatske na raspolaganju do 2026. godine. Sad, naši izazovi kojima smo se vodili kad smo radili nacionalni plan oporavka i otpornosti. Dakle, želja nam je bila stvoriti jednostavniju, kvalitetniju javnu upravu, transparentniju za sve građane. Uspostaviti upravljanje i koordinaciju struktura, odnosno planiranja i implementacija digitalne transformacije u Hrvatskoj i u javnoj administraciji. Zatim nam je bila želja stvoriti okvir da državna tijela imaju alat s kojim mogu ostvariti digitalnu transformaciju, znači da im se na korištenje daju resursi s kojima digitalna transformacija može biti provedena, znači razni infrastrukturni i drugi alati. I naravno sve to ne bi imalo smisla ako građani i gospodarstvenici nemaju pristup internetu. Znači to je jedna od isto tako naših izazova koje smo pratili. Onda, znači ciljevi koji su nam iz svega toga izašli su da trebamo ovaj nacionalni plan oporavka i otpornosti prepoznati kao alat za ubrzavanje digitalne transformacije u Hrvatskoj. Da kroz ovaj nacionalni plan oporavka i otpornosti stvorimo nova radna mjesta u digitalnom sektoru, odnosno ICT sektoru, i naša je procjena da kroz ovaj nacionalni plan oporavka i otpornosti će se između 200 i 300 novih radnih mjesta na području digitalizacije otvoriti u Hrvatskoj. Što znači ne postojećih, nego novih. Znači trebamo barem toliko novih ljudi koji će se baviti ovim poslom. To je jedan veliki izazov za sve nas, ali je isto tako i poruka našem gospodarstvu i svima koji se bave u ovom sektoru digitalne transformacije da slobodno računaju na mogućnost rada i stvaranja u novih radnih mjesta. Želja nam je da stvorimo novu, efikasnu, odnosno brzu i efikasnu javnu administraciju kao budućnost za daljnji razvoj hrvatskog društva. I naravno, ono što nam je cilj, staviti Hrvatsku na ljestvicu među europskim zemljama iznad prosjeka Europske unije. Tu govorimo o 4 reforme koje smo zacrtali u Nacionalnom planu oporavka i otpornosti. Znači, jedna govori o izradi digitalne strategije Hrvatske do 2030. I o načinu kako ćemo pratiti razvoj digitalne transformacije. Sljedeća je ono što smo prepoznali kroz nedostatke javne uprave je da imamo silosna rješenja, da imamo rješenja fragmentirana, da nam javna uprava ne funkcionira najbolje jer ne postoji između baza podataka registara dovoljno dobra komunikacija. Dakle, želja nam je stvoriti interoperabilnost na razini države, na razini državnih tijela, ali isto tako i na razini lokalne i regionalne samouprave. Sljedeća reforma koju smo prepoznali je modernizacija, odnosno ono što sam malo prije govorio, gdje želimo državnim tijelima omogućiti alate da mogu stvarati nove elektroničke usluge, da mogu digitalizirati svoje poslovanje i da mogu kvalitetno provesti digitalnu transformaciju. Dakle, ovdje se radi upravo o tom dijelu gdje želimo produžiti, odnosno nastaviti ono što smo započeli u okviru Centra dijeljenih usluga, ali i drugih resursa države koje će stvoriti nova hardverska, odnosno infrastrukturna, ali isto tako i softverska rješenja za bolje funkcioniranje državne i javne uprave. I četvrta reforma je jačanje povezivosti na području cijele Republike Hrvatske, ali prvenstveno na onim područjima gdje ta povezivost nije u interesu komercijalnih pružatelja usluga i tu smatramo da država treba uključiti svoje resurse. Ali isto tako i pripremu za 5G mreže koje isto tako u tim područjima nisu najčešće dostupne. Tu znači kroz cijelo to područje radi se o 21 investiciji, 10 državnih tijela u iznosu od 2,9 milijardi kuna i naša je obaveza da to sve odradimo. Dakle, ja mislim da je svima jasno, ono kad sam govorio 200 do 300 novih radnih mjesta, nisam tu mislio 200 do 300 novih radnih mjesta u javnoj upravi, nego općenito novih radnih mjesta na tržištu rada. I ono što javna uprava ne može bez sinergije sa domaćim gospodarstvom, prvenstveno domaćim gospodarstvom, ali i svim gospodarskim subjektima, ne može učiniti. Dakle, bez takvog načina razmišljanja ne možemo postići i stvariti ovaj cilj. Ovdje su, dakle, upravo sažeti neki od tih informacija. Znači, digitalna tranzicija javne administracije je predviđena u iznosu od oko 287 milijuna eura, a uključuje i pravni sustav, odnosno pravosuđe, interoperabilnost na razini vlade i IT sustava, digitalizacija, odnosno ID, osobna iskaznica, elektronički identitet i stvaranje drugih jedinstvenih mjesta poput jedinstvenog kontaktnog centra, mobilnog rješenja, odnosno mobilne aplikacije, ne samo aplikacije, nego i platforme za razvoj mobilnih aplikacija koje pruža javna uprava i tako dalje. I naravno digitalna povezivost ruralnih područja, ono što sam malo prije govorio, 126 milijuna eura i digitalizacija u visokom obrazovanju, uključujući i learning i druge alate za digitalno učenje u iznosu od 84 milijuna eura. Što nam donosi budućnost? Dakle, sve ovo o čemu sam govorio, bez sinergije svih ključnih stakeholdera, primjerice ekonomije, odnosno gospodarstva, javnog sektora, znanosti, istraživanja, edukacija i civilnog društva. Jednostavno, kako vidite, zadnjih par godina svako malo nešto napredujemo, pa ćemo tako i do 2030. Mislim da taj pristup ne možemo zadržati iz jednostavnog razloga jer i sve države članice su isto tako u svojem nacionalnom planu oporavka i otpornosti morale imati najmanje 20% za digitalizaciju. Znači sve države članice su u svojim iznosima isto tako dobile jako puno sredstava za digitalizaciju, a ovo je nešto gdje se uspoređujemo jedni s drugim. Što znači da jednostavno moramo puno brže trčati nego svi drugi da bi dostigli do ovog cilja, ali ja sam uvjeren da mi to možemo, imamo resurse i da ćemo to i učiniti. Evo, to je jedan kratki presjek onoga kako vidimo digitalizaciju u Hrvatskoj u sljedećem periodu. Hvala vam.
Puno hvala vama, državni tajnice. I'm sure this was already incorrect with my very bad Croatian grammar, so thank you very much, State Secretary, once again for being here today and presenting about the huge opportunities that Croatia has out of in the national operating program for digitalization. And we're actually staying on the topic of funding. Naturally, implementing any project is always easier if you get help with the funding. And so I'm now asking Marko Markic, Director of the EU Funding Department of the Croatian Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development, and he's going to inform us about EU funding programs for the digital transformation of the private sector and industry. So this is where you can get co-funding for your projects that you're planning for your company digitalization project. So I'm sure there will be a lot of interesting information here for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia, Mr. State Secretary, Mr. Ambassador. all distinguished guests, thank you for this invitation. I have only 4 slides presentation, and be even more successful in that. As State Secretary already mentioned, National Plan of Recovery and Resilience is already a public document, and I wanted to emphasize just those measures that we are going to use the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development. So it's actually I have it here, 380 million euros for grant schemes to encourage transition, not only digital transition but also, of course, in energy resource and efficient economy, innovations, development, and of course application of new digital technologies. 126 million euros in grants to support innovation, development, and application of new digital technologies, and we also have 300 million euros for financial instruments through our National Bank for Recovery and our agency for entrepreneurship. State Secretary mentioned all of the programs we have in digital sector in National Recovery Resilience Plans, but I just put here three programs we have for entrepreneurs, and those are the calls we are going to open in the first half of the next year. So actually, that's the way it's our National Recovery and Resilience Plan actually says that we have to do them. We have in total 17 calls to open in the first half of the next year, so it's quite challenging to do, but first the call is, those numbers are not big, but I will say why, 10 million euros for digital vouchers. We had something similar with innovation vouchers in this programming period. Those are small grants for small companies. They include digitalization, specialization, cybersecurity programs, educations for small companies. From web pages to learn how to protect yourself from dangers that digitalization brings. Those grants for digitalization are for incentive scheme for companies. They want for digitalization of business processes. It could be in industry or any other businesses. I would like to mention something like a SCADA system or similar. So actually processes and everything else what's needed in this business process. Digital innovation hubs, that's something we want to incentivize to establish network of knowledge hubs for digitalization that would help both entrepreneurs and public sector in digitalization, and of course to prepare programs for new digital program in European digital program 21st-27. I think that's about it. While my contact numbers are here and your thank you, I'm not finished. I just want to emphasize some issues as I see, and actually some new something else we are going to have in the digitalization process. We have one program. It is I think 5 million. It is 5 million euros for digitalization of public in public sector, which would need to help our agency FINA, as you're probably aware, and our customs office to connect their databases and to ease opening new businesses in Croatia, actually to ease communication between entrepreneurs and public sector. That's another call. It's going. Actually, it's not call. It's just grant for increased that activity, and it's going to help all of us not to search for the data and to shorten the list of documents we have to. Actually, entrepreneur have to bring when he wants to do something. When he wants to communicate with the public sector. We also prepare one program. It's not that financial demanding in Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development, and it concerns procedures with environmental protection. Also, we want to digitalize processes, and we want to digitalize applications and reporting. Protection, I wanted to emphasize digitalization in Croatia, and this is the issue I want to emphasize, that we need help of our senior partners in European Union and organizations like Advantage Austria. I believe that the main issue with digitalization is connecting of many databases we have everywhere, and most of those databases are actually Excel spreadsheets. And that's something we'll probably, we want to resolve in the future, and we'll probably need help from our IT sector. Digitalization is necessary not only to, why is digitalization so connected with environmental protection? Because it has to shorten paths. It has to make all the communication paths shorter and less energy and everything else demanding. So I believe that that's the biggest challenge. I once read, and I like it very a lot, that someone said that challenge is unfair euphemism for a problem. Basically, that's the problem we need to issue. And I believe the problem is better word for it, because European structural funds and of course national recovery and resilience actually the recovery resilience facility are made to solve the problem. So for the end, I want to thank you all for inviting me, thank Austrian Medics for inviting me here. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm really hoping that Austria and Austria is going to be good and partner in know-how to resolve those, as I said, problems.
Thank you very much, Marko Markic. That was really, really inspiring presentation. Before that also worked on the government side, so she really knows both sides of the coin. And I'm just checking with with our yes, we had a bit of a technical issue there. So Anna is going to show us the side of the practitioner, of the beneficiary. How you can get access to EU funds and what you should be aware of, and how to make the process probably most efficient for your company. So thank you, Anna.
Thank you, Sonia, so much for the introduction, and thank you for having me today and giving me the opportunity to address you with the topic. Within this very short slot of time, I have picked few topics for you. Maybe just to mention and to give you some advices. First of all, of the context of EU funding for digitalization projects, but also any other EU projects in the next period, and maybe share some advices for you as applicants and project beneficiaries. Just a short introduction. Sonia already mentioned. I have 17 years of specific experience in EU funding. I started my career in the Ministry of Finance and Central Finance and Contracting Unit. But the last 12 years, I'm an entrepreneur and managing a company called PJR, which is a consulting company assisting in identifying funding opportunities, applying for EU funds, and then dealing with all the issues within the project implementation that is actually the most challenging part of the EU funding absorption. I'm also the president of one of the branches in Croatian Employers Association, branch professionals in EU funds. I will address three topics today. First, I will just shortly mention how the ICT service and products market in Croatia looks like, at least what is being purchased within the public procurement. So actually to show you maybe a little bit about the expansion of ICT demand for such products and services. Then I will continue maybe explaining a little bit about the context of projects in the new period, and of course focus on the challenges of absorption of EU funds first for the government and the institutions involved, and also the public institutions that are mostly beneficiaries, and then the suppliers, and then finally for those of you who want to be applicants and therefore become grant beneficiaries from this EU project cycle opportunities. So first a little bit about one short market analysis of the ICT sector in Croatia. These numbers are about the last 3 years of public procurement in Croatia. So let's say how much was bought or purchased by public authorities. There are about 5,000 of public institutions in Croatia that need to oblige the public procurement law. And the let's say 3-year total amount of the goods and services that were bought within the ICT sector was almost 7 billion kuna. You can see, for example, here that every year almost 50% is bought more, from 18 to 19 to 20, and we can safely, let's say, assume that this will continue even more, because there will be even more demand for the digitalization services in the future, because it's one of the EU agenda, the digital transition. So it's both agenda for private sector and for the public sector. You can see that there were, let's say, public contracts that were signed, depends on were they below the threshold for public procurement, which is 200,000 kuna, or above. You can see that there were over 3,000 contracts yearly signed below the threshold, and public tenders around 800 a year. Other were annexes and other procurement types, and also you can see that international contractors, but those who do not have headquarters in Croatia, not those who have here some branch or some representation office, so those that really bid from another country represent around 5% of the winners every year. So you can also see that there is that the number of ICT providers is also growing, because you can see that 3,600 unique Croatian contractors in 2018 were present in the market, and as let's say the bidders who won contracts with public authorities, and that this number is rising each year. Top 3 ICT contractors by value in these last 3 years, you can see this is just the statistics. King ICT, Combis, Indva, and Comping are the 4 biggest ICT providers in Croatia, at least in terms of offering services to public sector. And also, what are the top 3 contracting authorities by value? Depending on a year, they also exchange a little bit. You can see APIS 2 times winning the first place. Then you can see Grad Zagreb, Ministry of Justice and Administration, FINA, and HOPS. So these are, let's say, the top contracting authorities in this market. Okay, so now moving to EU funds. This slide just briefly, it's a strategic slide in which you can just see what is the current state of play. So first of all, the previous programming period, although it's called 2014-2020, I really need to stress that the deadline for absorbing the previous programming period is 2023, and we are now currently at 55% of absorption. So almost half of the money still needs to be absorbed, and there's a lot of effort still going on. Currently, the previous programming period, in which we had 2 operational programs. Now in this next one, Multi-Annual Financial Framework, this is the regular 7-year period that every member state has. Will last 1 year shorter. It will be the deadline will be 2029. We will have 3 operational programs, and these are not yet publicly available. It's still the process of programming is still going on. Now, this National Resilience and Recovery Plan that gentlemen have addressed before is, of course, publicly available. It's a shorter program, and we have it just because of pandemic. We didn't have it before, and hopefully we will not have it again. So this is just a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, at least if you look at it from a business sense. Of course, its purpose is to, let's say, recover from economic and social losses that we have and we are still on, let's say, accumulating more. And there is this, again, unfortunate solidarity fund that we were given because of the earthquakes that have struck Croatia. So it looks, from business side, it looks great. It's more than twice of the funds available than we used to have. So in the previous period, we had just a little bit below 11 billion euros, and now we'll have up to 25 billion euros, depending on how much of the loan Croatia will take that was offered fund. So I would say at least 21 billion is at the moment being programmed, and up to 25 will be available depending on the decision, strategic decision of the Minister of Finance will be taken how much of the loan that was being offered. So this recovery plan has a particular short deadline. I must say that this 2026 is 3.5 years shorter than the regular period that we got used to. So that's quite a big challenge. We have a lot of money, but we have a very short deadline to absorb it. If we had that deadline in the previous period, 3.5 years less, we would absorb only 25%. So that would just the analogy of time versus money if you look at the deadline. So it's a huge challenge. It's not only an opportunity, it's a challenge to make it happen until summer of 2026. So this simultaneity of all tenders and programs also reveals a high risk in the availability of suppliers of all goods, services, and works. So in general, contractors. You can see in this picture how that everyone from the institution, from the beneficiary, consultants, contractors should actually have, 6 hands, because we should triple ourselves in the next 2 years. Now, the other context around this challenge of EU funding also goes around the human resources, prices, rise of prices, inflation, and delivery deadlines. So the context of the period is high risk. If you're a banker, you would call it high risk. So there is a huge instability going on, global disturbances. You all know that shortage of goods, difficulty in migration of people, especially workforce, and rising prices and inflation. So this simultaneity of all tenders and programs really is a risk of the availability of all suppliers. Now, there is general lack of high-quality staff in many industries, and ICT industry is one of the industries in which this HR problem has been known for a while. Is just because there is a huge demand for ICT experts, and also a great, not European, but global mobility of ICT staff. There are high salaries, but not necessarily linked to high quality of output when you look at the prices that are being contracted in these contracts. So ICT sector, although it's a great opportunity, there is a huge question of the capacity of not only Croatian but also European supply side of the ICT companies. Other contextual situations also let's say conflicting, for example, the inflation in general and price growth of specific goods that are being used by the ICT sector and by technology, and especially in public sector. Also, the delivery times have been significantly extended. Some products are not available. Try purchasing some of the new cars, you will wait for a year. And within the ICT sector and technology that is being used in the networks and in equipments, also have some of the problems which are global. So if you were an investor, or if you were talking to an investor, I would, let's say, conclude this with a huge question that any investor, be it private, amount at the end within this whole context of inflation. Now moving to those of you who want to apply to EU funding, for example, to the calls that State Secretary and Mr. Markic mentioned before. Well, again, if you want to become and apply to EU calls, then there are some complexities that you should know, or maybe you already know, that is linked with this EU funding origin for your projects. So first of all, there will be many calls at the same time that Mr. Makic actually confirmed 10 minutes ago. So timing of programs is such that we don't have anything new for 2 years, and we have everything in 1 year. This is usually how it goes when these periods for 7 years go from one to the other. So first of all, this is just the average experience that we have had. All the calls are running late because of this simultaneity. So also grant contracts, we can expect that awards will also run late in 2022 and 23. So some calls for proposals, as those three mentioned, will fund straightforward digitalization activities, such as the digitalization vouchers or the grants for digitalization or those DIGs. However, many calls will ask for ICT digitalization component to be one of the activities of something else, of for example, revitalization of tourism sector or production sector, or greening or energy sector. So most of the calls, be it for public or private, will need to have those digitalization activity for Croatia to reach those 25% of digitalization, ticking the box that something had to do with digitalization. So there will be digitalization in most of the calls for proposals. So you should look between the lines, and you should look wider on the calls that will be available. Well, eligibility of costs and guidelines for applicants, which is one of the, let's say, most important document of any call for proposals for EU funding. Well, the average number of documents in it is 27, so any call for proposal should be carefully read, and this is actually a challenge to understand what all these calls are looking for and what is really being, who will win and what will be the winning type of project. So I agree with everybody up to the talk before me that there will be a strong interest for digitalization from all sides, but also would like to stress the point that selection procedures might take a little while and so on. Availability of ICT supplies I've already mentioned, but also there is also a history of suppliers not meeting deadlines. For example, in programming, or maybe beneficiaries lack capacity in understanding what they want, and that's why the cycle of again timing is maybe something that we will face as a threat by the end of this 2025-2026 period for all the projects that will be contracted later on. We expect that public procurement of services and goods, when private beneficiary is using EU funds, private beneficiaries also need to obey to some rules of transparency in public procurement. So we expect this threshold for opening up the tenders to rise from 400,000 kuna to 1 million kuna. So we expect the beneficiaries will, let's say, be a little bit, the procedures will simplify the lives of the public, of the private beneficiaries when you become grant contractors. So also one of the things that is a strong complexity issue in EU funding is the 100% control principle. So all bills, all tenders, everything that you buy as a beneficiary has a strong control. So this is one of the things that you should have in mind. And to conclude with maybe some tips, well, there is a huge investment cycle in front of us, which is great. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's a better side of the pandemic, so it's the opportunity side of this point in history. So up to 25 billion euro in total. But there is a strong challenge to absorb these funds, and maybe a general expectation should be a little bit lower. That would be rational. I would advise to you to read the strategies, the different strategies that set the context of the next period, such as Green Deal, such as territorial strategies, such as digitalization strategies, because calls for proposals will money will be awarded to those who prepare the most compliant project proposals, those that match best the European strategies. And most of the calls, especially from the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, they will be obliged to, let's say, give you more points in when selecting the projects to be funded, depending on how much of the strategies are you aligned to. So it will be again a little bit more complex period than previous because of the compliance, all the compliances that will actually be listed there in the calls. When preparing project application, you should look very closely to those selection criteria and how you should gain most of the points for your project to be awarded with funds and this contribution to the wider framework. You should be realistic in estimating indicators within this let's say, instability of future, and also very clear on what you will achieve with your projects. I advise to you to use experienced consultants, assistants. First of all, the cost is usually eligible cost, so you can get EU funds for your consultant, so it would be not smart not to use it. And also, these opportunities will all come in the same time, so actually you would probably cut your investments into different calls for proposals and apply different activities and different costs to different calls for proposals. So this cutting and matching of your investment lists and matching them with all these EU funding opportunities is also going to be a challenge, and it will need to be done in a very short time. And just to finish up, once you are awarded with grant, then the challenge starts because the implementation and procurement side of that phase of your project cycle is also something that is actually in practice the biggest challenge of all, how to achieve everything that you wanted. Thank you so much for your attention, and I will be here if you have any more questions during lunch or the break. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you for sharing your experience and wisdom with us, knocking a bit of reality back into us. But I still think we're looking at times of great opportunities, but of course also a time of challenges. Now, I'd really like to welcome Professor Stefanic again and invite you to give us your presentation about the 100 Smart Factories project that you have been running for a while. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, just a second.
Thank you for your invitation. After very nice and very good and very useful presentation, we can recognize, yes, the challenges are here. EU funds give us more opportunity, but what Ms. Faisal said, be careful, use experienced consultant. And yes, in the industrial sector, this is the chance for every companies to use the EU funds for their growth, for their digitalizations, for their green and their lean implementation. 100 Smart Factory is international Croatian project which we established 2019. Our government present this project as innovation project of our government, and we organize all time several conferences like GALP, like Lean Spring Summit, where we connect company and try to find the best way for digitalization. Our slogan for next period, for 2022, is shape your future. Be lean, be digital, be green. That means that situation is that we can implement many good methodology, many good technology to be more competitive in the future. Croatia is the part of the Europe, of the world, and everything what's happening in the world influence very strong on Croatia. Because of that, we should work on our improvements, on our competitiveness, and to be very, very successful in next period. Here is some events which very strong influence on Croatia, like vaccine against COVID was found. The EU funds for next period is available. Recovery of economy started now. Next, we have the Lean Spring Summit conference in Opatija. New, very good partners entered in the project 100 Smart Factory to give technology and knowledge and methodology to our company to make digitalization. Climate change is very, very strong influence on everywhere, and because of that, we want to promote this project 100 Smart Factory through our Croatia, and we organize one road show for the Croatia. We established Kulmena Lean Academy to spread the knowledge of lean management, which is one of the best methodology how to improve efficiency and productivity of company. As previous lecturer said, lead times for suppliers of materials and components have been significantly increased. Supply chains are disrupted. A great number of companies, I can tell, have begun to start with digital transformation. A large company starting sooner, and then SME. In this period, I believe that every company should go through the digital and green transformation. World think about or have conference about climate changes, and very good and optimistic information came from this conference. And Croatia, and we have, I think, very good methodology for transformation our industry. Not only our industry, we use this methodology in other countries. In 100 Smart Factory, I said this is international project. That means that in this project are not only Croatian companies, there is Slovenian company, Finland company, Indian company, and I believe in future Austrian company too. QLIS methodology we established in 2018. This methodology is very universal and successful, and we can implement this not only in manufacturing, we can implement this in hospitals, schools, universities, and we implement this methodology in many cases, in many companies, and results are very good. We can very fast transform a company to be productive, to be digitized, and to be green. Here is some results of the QLIS methodology. Here is several projects which we make. One project is how to improve the industry branches. We have the program with 2 companies. We established with QLIS methodology strategy for dual transformation of that company, and we establish one project. About value of the project is 75 million euro. For Slovenian company, Narayan, organic and plant-based food 2025 strategy, we make with the QLIS very huge project which connect Croatian and Slovenian company, and the estimated value of that project is around 100 million euro. Here is for new project of integral medicine is the project of Kulmena and the partners, foreign partners from other countries. A regional competence center for in vocational education, we make the strategy for that around 14 million euro. And with our company, we help them to transform their products in smart and connected products. You can see here two products of company Ligner, which we have the smart table. This is the project 100 Smart Factory. We have companies, we have technology partners, and we have universities. Here is several companies like HIP Croatia, Ember Kamin, Narayan Slovenia, Speedvalis, Klima Oprema, Presoflex, Kontura, KPI, Končar Power Transformer, Winder, and very, very good, very available, very valuable partners, technological partners like Nokia, Elproms, Microlinks, Slovenian company BIN, CAD, Lean Scheduling from Slovenia, Damco, Impulse Consulting Company, and Croatian Telecom. On my domain faculty, University of Mechanical Engineering and Navy Architecture, we are in the process of establish a smart factory, and I believe till end of this year we will establish this smart factory, and it will be open for everyone to use and create knowledge in this part of industry. What we recognize from what are lessons learned from G20 and conference about climate changes. Yes, the greenhouse emission is very high, and some sources, sectors are very influenced on that. And we make here one scheme about how industry branch or branch of influence on that, and we recognize that manufacturing industry in Europe have a rate about 20% of emission greenhouse gas emission. Another is in the United States of America, industry influence with 23% on green gas emission. If you look some country, we can see that energy sector is influence on green gas emission in very high level. Industry is about 7 to 10%, but energy is around 70%. Here you can see the climate risk index for several countries, because Finland was the land partner of Gulf 2021. We present results and compare the numbers. Croatia have very high risk of climate risk index, and when we go through the other country, we recognize in our region, Slovenia, Austria, Croatia, Italy have the same situation. Like here is the information about India, Japan, but here is Slovenia and Austria. We can see what part of, what branch of industry or our activity are influence on green gas emission, and we can see the energies everywhere have a very high rank and rate. Because of that, we decide on our conference GAP 2021. We decide to make the plan how industry can contribute to climate changes mitigation, and we plan to start with next year. What are our main events? We think that people, process, connectivity, innovations, green and digital value stream mapping, Kaizen, digital in, digital green, IoT, improve card are the part of our methodology how to give industry contribute to climate changes. Here is the part or the time where we will make results of our measure what we have in our 100 smart factory, and how we are efficient with implement QLIS methodology in degrees amount of industry footprint, carbon footprint in future in 2022. This plan we will use all companies who will be the part of the project to 100 smart factory, and we will give the results every 3 months. What the results? You can see that the people and change of mindset is most important. Next of this plan is the process. Everything's going in the process, in factory, in company, in energy sector. The process are the main factor who influence on climate changes. Here is some tools, some methodology like Kaizen event, who is very successful to help not only company, industry branch too, who can find a way how to contribute to mitigate climate changes. I think in next year we must redesign our process. We should change our mindset, and we should work on our plan how to be successful with climate changes. And slogan for 2022 is the shape your future, be lean, be digital, be green. I be very happy if for next GALP, Austria will be the land partner of GALP, and I know we cooperate with your company, with faculty in Austria, and we know how are you strong, and we are welcome all you to be the part of that plan and to be with us on GALP Conference 2022. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Stefanic, and thank you also for the very good cooperation so far, and also already for future cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, we're breaking up now for coffee until 11 o'clock, so it's just outside in the foyer, so please have a coffee, stretch your legs, and we're going on at 11 o'clock with the presentations of the Austrian companies. Thank you.
Možeš ih malo miglat vani ako stignete ti, Lidija, malo spajat ono, da.
delay, in delay 2 minute. Evo ovo drugo. Mogu doći do nas. Ima neko znaju šuma. Ovo sad što?
Onda ne bi
Ovo je internet. To bi to bilo uopće. Digitalizacija. Sad gospođo.
samo vas pozovem ova zadnja prezentacija. Poslali su mi PDF, poslali su mi snimku nekakvog prodavača i poslali su mi upute programa za slaganje. Ta snimka je toliko tiha da je puno prejača glasno.
Da, znači nekako vidimo. Da, se vidimo.
Sad budite spremni.
Pa dobro, što možemo.
Budi došli.
Mislim, neće da će vremena. Zato što, to je ono što sam odgovorio. Rade ovakve stvari, a ne ulažu. Ništa, puno će dosta. Oni su sad malo uložili. Iako nije isto, da... A to ne znam kako. Vani sad kava, ja sam mogu malo
Da, slobodno. Šta se sad vidi na YouTube?
vidi samo tamo.
Znači ne mogu ja sad iskopavati ništa.
Mogu staviti. Mogu prekinuti primjer, ali to baš ne bi bilo. Mogu nešto zamutiti. Mogu usta staviti, samo malo.
Ne, postavite zato, ne.
Ne, samo malo. Neće ćemo, zato imamo ovu još jednu kameru.
Ja bih htio provjeriti ovu prezentaciju.
Može ovo biti, možete pogledati. Koliko imamo pola sata?
Ne, do 11. Da.
after the coffee break, I hope everyone had a chance to have a coffee and a bit of a bite and stretch your legs and have a look around to our Austrian companies who are exhibiting here today. And there's still a few people outside, but we don't want to run behind schedule too much. So we're going to continue now with the use cases and best practice examples. First, I'd like to ask Ivan Gabaric of Jedan Telekom, A1 Hrvatska, to tell us more about the 5G broadband use cases that A1 is running. Thank you.
Hoćete prijenosni mikrofon? Ili ovaj tu?
Ja mislim da ne treba.
Evo možete tu.
Može. Ok.
Aha, ok.
All right, no problem, no problem. So we'll manage with the mic as well. So I will have to speak normally, not to shout too much. So I'm glad on behalf of A1 Croatia, part of TAG Group, to talk to you about 5G. And regularly, when we discuss 5G, there is a lot of gossip behind. Whereas, in fact, it's a new technological step wave. And I will be briefing you on really what's behind and how do we tackle this as more like economy, not only from our angle being a telco service provider, in fact. And in one sense, what we've all have seen over the past several months, that there is a wave of new 5G mobile devices being available. This one from Samsung being the new Fold one, and it's 5G. So, I mean, majority of the especially flagship models come with a 5G chipset inbuilt there. So it's already there. And what you can see, I'm still alive, been using this one for the past, I think, 3 months. So I'm coping well with all of the forecasted diseases and unknown unfortunates, so quite well there. So, few things about what 5G in fact is. As said, it's a next wave of mobile technology, of mobile network. I mean, for all of those who would see this as the end of the world, let me inform you, 6G is on the way. So, I mean, the regulatory bodies are currently working on the new definition for 6G. So, everything what we've been seeing and what we're going to see over the next two years is well planned. I mean, as much as what we can plan under the circumstances in the global world over the past 10 years. But I mean, you have the future, 6G is on the way as well. So when we talk about 5G, which is be the mainstream trend in mobile communication, it's, of course, what the name says, 5th generation, and it's a platform what we call for 4th industrial revolution. Why? For several reasons. And the last one being the increase of the speed. I mean, it is important for many of the reasons. However, it's not just the speed there. It's first and foremost the latency. So the responsiveness of all devices being on the network is much better, like 1,000 times compared to the previous technologies. And as well, the addressability in terms of the number of devices which can be then recognized on the network is like up to 1 million times higher than what used to be the case so far, which provide us with this platform for Industry 4.0, meaning that whatever we have, and it is currently connected onto Wi-Fi, onto Bluetooth, then on GSM as well, will be seamlessly recognized on 5G within the, let's say, a couple of years. So this is basically what's the key substance of the platform. Of course, it has come with a necessary security features. Why? Because once you have all the devices, everything depending on this core network, it has to be really secure, which is not currently the case. The guys who are skilled and equipped with the proper tools can overtake a lot of our devices currently, and simply because the devices are rather cheap, I would say, which means that the security is not there. However, with 5G, this is much better. And this all aims at providing better user experience first and foremost, connecting everybody, us people, the devices, and the business applications in one seamless experience. So this is what 5G is. Of course, it's speed. Of course, it's new functionalities. Of course, it's connected here and there, going from inside to the outside, being connected on 5G, and you don't recognize this. You continue using your very heavy applications with no problems. But let's see over the next, how do we in A1 Croatia help the economy to do the next step? Because we are not only the provider, the infrastructure company, we are as well aggregator of some of the ideas and making sure that this really happens. Because if we don't support it on the local level, I mean, waiting until the global wave comes to our country will take too long. So I will give you few experiences. Some of you more closer to the world of the startups are quite familiar with the guys from Gideon Brothers. So what they do is basically in the logistics world, in the logistics industry, in the warehouses, they do the automation. In fact, they are basically designing and building autonomous robots for moving pallets back and forth, so you don't have to have people in the warehouses at all. And of course, it's sensors there, and it's connectivity, and initially they started using Wi-Fi. However, for several of the reasons, Wi-Fi is not as reliable as it should be for this business-heavy application. So what they currently are doing is using 5G for a connectivity of these autonomous robots, vehicles, within the warehouses. And very, very funny technology, I have to say. So whomever has not seen it, please go check it yourself. What we did as IA1, we provided 1 gigabit mobile network, 5G, so they can use all the robots and test this new technology. It's very fresh worldwide. So they're using our technology in order to test it on 5G and then export it to the rest of the world. And you would not expect, I mean, us in Croatia, we have a lot of guys working still in warehouses, so being automized warehouses is something completely new. However, these guys are very pioneers in that respect. The next one is a PISMO, let's say, entrepreneurship incubator, which is basically one incubator from Novska. And the idea is very basic, but so far hasn't been implemented, at least in the region. And they want to put together all the young people, and there's quite a few of those, being interested in developing games. And so they got a lot of money from EU, and the guys there are rather pushy, I have to say, very, very energetic. So we recognize the spirit, and basically we provided them with 5G technology. So inside the premises, they have the 5G coverage as well. The idea is very normal, but not easy to implement. You know that in the gaming world, the key is this responsiveness. So when you see, let's say in a combat game, that there is an enemy close to you and you want to take it out, right? And so you have to react really fast. I mean, it's all about being fast in reaction. And the normal technology, mobile technology, is basically too slow. I mean, depending on how many devices you have connected on the base stations, it can get rather slow in the reaction. And it's a matter of milliseconds, and constant milliseconds. So you can't really afford to be whatever slower, and depending on how many devices are on the base station. So with the 5G, they have a SLA enabled. So each of the devices is provided with a particular speed, and this gives them the ability to react fast. On top,
What is something we've seen with our kids, I mean, for all of us having kids at home being older than, I guess, 4 years now, is that they play it in the house, and then when they go out, they have the same device in their hands. And they don't want to have this experience to be interrupted. So with 5G, this is what is enabled. You use it at home, you go out, and the speed is the same. So, developing the new games, who will be having this technology inbuilt, is a step forward. And unfortunately, or fortunately, the kids will embrace it, and they are really expecting this from us being in technology field to deliver it. The next one is an event. It's Pannonian Challenge. It's extreme sports events being taking place in Osijek for the past 22 years. So for new generations, kids with a lot of stamina and hot blood and energy, this is the place to be. And it's extreme sports plus music plus media event. And together with our customer, which is RTL Croatia, we found out that for the last Pannonian Challenge, the problem was that there was not satellite channels being available, and then for streaming and broadcasting, it would take too long to get it under the COVID circumstances, and as well, they said we don't have that much money, because in COVID, what the guys face, the organizers, is that simply the sponsorship is much less than what it used to be in normal times. And then they approached us, say, guys, we have a problem. And we are quite a loyal sponsor of the event. And then they said, guys, we have a problem with how to organize the streaming and the broadcasting and everything. And RTL is here, but it costs us too much. Somebody has to pay something. And then we said, okay, it's 5G. Let's use it. Let's do the external base station coverage. And then this made this event to be quite heavy in terms of media, to be broadcasted and then streamed across all of the digital platforms. So, I mean, what this as well shows, that today with 5G you can do this one-time events, you can do the coverage, and this is the quality, the broadcasting quality, for which previously one has to use very expensive technology and to spend quite a lot of time organizing all these channels and contracting and everything what comes behind. So the guys on Pannonian Challenge, this time they said, okay guys, could you repeat this for the next time? Of course, even for us it will be somewhat cheaper doing it with 5G. The last one is docking. Docking is a Croatian company. I guess for a lot of us being watching their work lately over the past 10 years, they're doing this special combat-proven robotic system autonomous vehicles, engage quite in minefields. As well, they do it in a typical mining. So for the things where you would have to have a really heavy-duty robots, autonomous robots, instead of manpower, and then avoiding all the dangers that typically, or if you would like in a classical terms, you would have. So, and they are doing a new technology as well, and they want something which will be the standard in terms of communication and provided throughout the world. So together with them, and this has been announced, I think, less than a month ago, we provided them in this respect with 26 gig band. So this is the first implementation of 26 in this country. And for us it was a test bed to see how this really works. And I have to say and share with you, the experiences are great. They are doing this not only in the testing the devices in the design, but as well in the offices. So it's mixed usage, and what we've seen over the last 2 weeks is that everything is going quite well. What we currently have is all of these 5G applications are dedicated. So you don't have the situation that there might be kind of too many devices accessing the network, things like that. However, on the other hand, the technology is very solid. It's very stable. Something which was not the case in the early phase of 3G in particular, let's say. And for those of us still using 3G, let me share with you that as we implement new technology, like 5G in this case, the old technology will be withdrawn. In particular 2G, and we still have some sites on 2G, but therefore are the new technologies pushing us to go a step further. I have to say, when we talk about 5G and being quite pragmatic, so what we can deliver now, what we do now, this day, let's be aware that it's not really a necessity, and that the new technologies which we have, which we use, available for us, it's not really mandatory that you have it. There are countries, there are areas, states within very developed countries, which don't have 5G there because it's simply too costly. The investments which we have to undertake in order to support what I've shown you, and the major rollout which is happening these days and continue over the next 2 years, I mean, this is a costly effort. So I'm really glad that we in A1 Croatia, as well in TAG group, have found enough, let's say, motive to go to get some money to invest it in the next gen network in order to make sure that all of us, first and foremost the economy, has something behind to develop the next step. I mean, of course, we've been, as A1 Croatia, formerly known as VIPNet, recognized as a challenger in the market. What we try, although we are not small company, we are 2,000 people company. We have over 2 million customers these days. In terms of all the systems and back office support, we are very heavy. However, in our minds, in our heads, we try to keep this challenger mentality. So what I can, on behalf of A1 Croatia, tell you now is that we will continue this heavy investments in both 5G, but as well in fiber. 5G today provide some of the entry-level speeds of fiber. And there are spaces where we will introduce fiber, and there are areas where we will introduce or do this 1 gigs over mobile network 5G in this respect. However, this will keep Croatia very strong in terms of technology developing. I would urge you and kindly ask you, all of you who do a lot of pilot projects, develop new technologies, please use this because this is for you. So with this, I'm going to conclude my part. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this really interesting and very wide explanation of how you can, how 5G is useful. Honestly, I can't wait to have it on my phone, but I think it will still be a while. Thank you very much for that. But we're now coming to the company Unix Identity e-government solutions. Mr. Franz Brudel unfortunately fell sick, so he can't be with us today, but he sent us a video, and we're going to play this now. Okay, project, yes. Hope to be able to. Here we go.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Franz Brudel. I work for Unix Identity AG, and I'm very happy to share our vision for identity documents in the digital age today. For the next 15 minutes, I would like to introduce you to our company Unix and to a project that we are currently implementing for the Republic of Austria, which is the so-called Digital Document Platform. Afterwards, I would like to show you in a live demo how the solution works. And at the end, there will be some information about recent legal developments at EU level. Unix Identity AG is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Austrian state printing house, USD. Both companies are fully dedicated to the mission of secure identities. USD is mainly focusing on physical identity solutions like passports, driving licenses, or ID cards. And Unix can be described as kind of USD's digital powerhouse. So all identity solutions for the digital space are developed by Unix. Here we can see Mrs. Schramberg, Austria's Minister for Digital and Economic Affairs. Approximately 1 year ago, she said that next year, drivers will be able to identify themselves at traffic checks using their smartphone. And as we speak, her vision is becoming a reality, because our company is currently developing Austria's digital document platform, which relies on our core technology via My Identity app. On this slide, you can see a slightly simplified representation of our solutions architecture. On the left-hand side, you see a number of public registers. For example, the driving license register, the vehicle certificate register, or the ID card register. Within the dotted line is the core component of our system, the so-called backend. We link two public registers in order to bring identity documents to citizens' smartphones. When we go live in early 2022, we will start with two documents, the pink one, which is Austria's driving license, and the green or yellowish one, which is Austria's vehicle registration certificate. But this is only the start of our project. In fact, the Republic of Austria conceived its digital document platform much more or much bigger, because Austria wants to eventually digitize all public documents via this platform. So this means that gradually we will add the ID card, the health card, probably also student documents or fishing permits. And we do this in a very flexible manner because we simply have to connect the respective database to our backend system, which almost works in a plug-and-play manner. So it only takes us a very short period of time to add a new digital document. Once we have installed this identification infrastructure, citizens have two different options to use the solution. First of all, we observe this P2S path, which is called Person to System or EID path, and this one allows citizens to authenticate in the virtual space, so they can use the system to authenticate on web pages. There are plenty of examples, and I would like to highlight just a few of them. Authentications can be done on government portals, on banking portals. Citizens can authenticate to web shops, to a telemedicine portal, but also to the virtual workspace, for example, when they are working in their home office. The second option is the person-to-person path. This means that citizens can use their application to prove their identity in the physical world when they are interacting with a physical person. Here again, we have several public and private use cases in mind, like a police control or an age verification when you want to enter a club, an identity control that takes place in a train when somebody checks your train ticket, or an identification at a hotel reception during your check-in. When countries implement such systems, it is very important to have international interoperability in mind, because it is our aim to create a solution that also works across borders. So if an Austrian citizen one day crosses the border to Croatia, it would be good if he or she could use the digital driving license also in Croatia. And to this end, we developed our solution according to international standards. And in this context, I would like to mention two standards. Regarding the physical world scenario, we developed MIA according to the ISO 18013/5 standard. This is a standard that was recently published in September 2021, and this standard is dedicated to mobile documents like the driving license. With regard to the digital world or the eID scenario, our solution sticks to the Open ID Connect standard, which is a very widespread and already well-proven standard in the market. Now let me show you how the solution works in practice in a short demonstration. We will see 3 different use cases. First of all, there will be an authentication to a website, then there will be a driving license check, and finally we will control our interactions via our timeline function. To do so, I will try to mirror my smartphone display on the screen. There you go. Here you can see my smartphone screen. You can see that I have my MIA app installed. I open the application and you see that my profile is registered and that I have several cards digitized in my wallet. In that case, I have the driving license, for example, the vehicle registration document, as well as a health card and a European youth card. Now, I would like to use the application to authenticate myself to a banking website. And I use a standard browser to access the banking website. Now, if I click on Create Account, I must accept the terms and conditions. And the system will ask me for a code or a token. And I use my smartphone application to create this token by clicking the handout button. You can see that the token is displayed as a QR code or a barcode. And then we can also observe the token in alphanumeric terms. And I type in this token into the system. I03N02. I read in the code, and now the system will inform me via my application about who is asking and which data Acme Bank wants to receive. And I can, of course, accept or deny this transaction. For the demo, I will accept the transaction. And now we need a second factor, which can be a password or a biometric factor. For usability reasons, we use biometrics. In that case, Face ID. I click on Face ID again. I look at the camera this time. And you can see that the system has already authenticated me. And I just managed to open a bank account within a short period of 1 to 2 minutes. Now, to show you the second part of our demonstration, the driving license verification, I will have to display a second device. There it is. On this device, we also installed MIA, but with a different user. Here we have Amy. And now imagine that I, Franz, would like to verify Amy's driving license. I can use the same application for this verification. I click on Ask For, and I choose the driving license, and you can see that the camera is active on my fingers, and Amy just has to click the handout button. Sorry. Handout. So she generates the code now, and I will scan this code with my camera. Scan the code. And now Amy receives an information that Franz is asking for her driving license and her picture. She accepts this transaction, and now the data is transferred. I see her picture, I see that she has a driving license class B, and I can also look at the details of her driving license. There you go. Now, in order to control all our interactions, we implemented a timeline function. If I click on this timeline, I can see all past interactions. For example, the interaction with Amy or with Acme Bank, and also several other interactions that took place in the past. So I hope this live demonstration gave you a good overview of how the solution will work in practice. I'm now coming back to the final part of my PowerPoint presentation, which will be dealing with regulatory initiatives at EU level. Here, main document that was presented by the Commission in June of this year is a draft regulation that aims at establishing a European digital identity wallet. And here we must be a little bit more precise. The EU does not plan to implement a European identity as such, but it wants to establish a framework for 27 aligned national digital identity wallets. And in doing so, the Commission is actually pretty strict with the member states because it demands from every member state to implement such a solution within 12 months after the coming into force of this regulation. So the good news is that in the foreseeable future, there will be a digital identity wallet in Croatia, which will probably work very similar to the solution that I just presented. However, there is still a lot of work ahead of us. And for that reason, I am now reaching out to interested IT companies in Croatia because we are currently searching for a strong partner in Croatia who wants to team up with us. Our plan is, of course, to jointly pitch this solution to the decision makers in the country and eventually, of course, also to implement an interoperable solution in Croatia. If you're interested in teaming up with us, you can see details on this slide. Please write them down. Get in touch with me via mail or telephone, WhatsApp signal, whatever channel you like. I am more than happy to provide you with more information of a commercial, technical, or organizational nature. And having said that, I would like to thank you once again for your attention, and I'm very looking forward to your questions or to any other form of interaction. Thank you very much and goodbye.
So there was Mr. Brull from Austria. He is very sad that he could not be here today. He was talking about the digital identity solutions. That's really a look into the future. So if you want to get in touch with him, please either directly by the contact details he just showed, or just contact us and we'll get you together. And now I'm happy to hand over to Niko Mijatovic from Enfon, and he's going to talk about Claudia. Thank you.
Ima li neko u dvorani ko ne razumije hrvatski? Nema. Prezentacija je inače pripremljena u engleskom, ali ja bih volio to napraviti na hrvatskom. Najprije par riječi o firmi Enfon, formirana 2007. godine. Enfon je jedini paneuropski servis provider koji nudi govorne komunikacije i ono što se zove Unified Communications za poduzeća i državne institucije, državne organizacije. I mi se pri tome fokusiramo na ljudski govor i na video komunikacije. Ne znam koliko je među vama ljudi koji poznaju istraživanje američkog psihologa koji je došao do spoznanja da kada dvije osobe, dva čovjeka komuniciraju uživo i kada komuniciraju primjerice tekstom možete prenijeti samo 7% informacija koje ste sposobni izmijeniti u živoj komunikaciji. Znači, svih preostalih 93% otpada na govor, na ono što vidimo i na govor tijela. Znači, ako vi imate kandidata kojeg intervjuate za posao i ako to radite danas remote, nećete moći naravno polučiti sve informacije koje možete uživo. Zato mi smatramo da kod digitalizacije procesa, aplikacija, alata u poduzećima jedno posebno mjesto zauzima digitalizacija tih govornih sustava koji omogućavaju funkcije tipa telefonski razgovori, govorna pošta, kontaktni centri i videokomunikacije. Klaudija je platforma koju smo razvili u tih 14 godina od početka kad smo startali na jednoj drugoj platformi. I ta platforma u svom posljednjem releasu donosi nešto što je isto tako jako bitno kad govorimo o digitalizaciji, a to su integracije ovih platforma za komuniciranje sa ostalim sustavima u poduzeću koji su menadžmentu čak i veće prioritete ovaj sustav, ali jako je bitno da se te sustave da integrirati između sebe, da između sebe mogu izmjenjivati informacije i da ljudi kad obavljaju svoje funkcije u poduzeću imaju te informacije na volju i mogu raditi brže i sa većom produktivnošću. Znači, Klaudija je jedan potpun, punokrvni cloud sustav koji je na volju u cijeloj Europi. I svaki naš pretplatnik, svaka firma koja se pretplati na naše servise, automatski ima besplatan dostup do svih ostalih korisnika u toj mreži i naravno može komunicirati sa svim ostalim mrežama, recimo mobilnim mrežama, landline, odnosno fiksnim mrežama i isto tako izmjenjivati informacije sa svim ostalim sustavima, primjerice ERP sustavi, CRM sustavi i sl. Kao razlog zašto bi poduzeća išla u to da pređu sa nekih sustava koje sad imaju kod sebe na svojim lokacijama u cloud jeste, mi smatramo da se produktivnost opipljivo i poboljša i da to omogućava, naravno pošto je to moderna nova platforma, omogućava poboljšanu komunikaciju između korisnika, omogućava funkcionalnosti koje jednostavno nisu moguće na postojećim sustavima. Druga jako važna osobina ovih sustava je da ih je moguće vrlo jednostavno skalirati ne samo na gore, nego i na dole. Recimo, ako neka organizacija ima 100 ljudi i doda 5 ljudi, u ovom sustavu je to vrlo jednostavno dodati korisnike, a ako se desi da se organizacija mora smanjiti, isto tako je moguće odmah u jednakom procentu od ljudi koji su bili otišli iz organizacije, neće više biti u organizaciji, moguće je za 1% automatski smanjiti troškove. Ako to usporedite sa sustavima koji su sada u upotrebi kod firmi koje nisu otišle na ovakva rješenja, to znači da oni kupe sustav recimo za 200 ljudi i ako im ode 50 ljudi, oni ne mogu te troškove ožiti ili smanjiti. Treća važna osobina je to da vi taj sustav uvijek imate, tu funkcionalnost uvijek imate sa sobom u svom džepu. To znači, ako ste nekada, da bi poslali faks, morali otići na faks mašinu ili na svoj kompjuter da pošaljete faks, vi sad to imate sa sobom na svom mobilnom telefonu gdje god se vi nalazite. Vi možete raditi udaljeno od doma ili biti na terenu i koristiti sve te funkcionalnosti. Ja sam si ovu prezentaciju zamislio tako da vam kažem nešto malo o sustavu i o tim servisima koje vidimo, ali prije svega da vam predstavim dvije reference iz kojih se dobro vidi šta se moguće napraviti s ovim sustavom. Fresna Maxi Zoo je jedan veliki lanac trgovina koji ima 1600 specijaliziranih trgovina diljem Europe. Imaju 12.000 zaposlenih i I kako to je predstavljeno niže na slajdu, oni su imali probleme zbog toga što su imali preko 1000 sustava koji su bili bazirani na tehnologiji ASDN, a ta tehnologija je uglavnom u ovom trenutku tehnologija koja odumire. Znači, sve manje tvrtki koje to nude, koje to suportiraju i razvijaju, zato što se prešlo u međuvremenu na IP komunikacije, a iza toga, iza IP komunikacije, to je otišlo na cloud komunikacije. Drugi problem koji su oni imali je same organizacijske prirode, znači administriranje i upravljanje tim servisima je za njih bila noćna mora, zbog toga što ako imate 1000 sustava diljem Europe koji su različiti, podržavani, čak i unutar organizacija njihovih, onda je jako teško organizirati bilo kakvo upravljanje tim sustavom, a naročito je teško organizirati centralizirano upravljanje da bi polučili prednosti centraliziranog upravljanja. Problem je bio, tako su nam onda rekli, je bio veliki problem čak i to što su morali odnose sa nekoliko stotina dobavitelja i negocirati ugovore svake godine, govorim sada o ugovorima za potporu i za dobavu. Po pojedinim državama su oni zahtijevali da im ponudimo rješenje koje je dovoljno standardizirano i svugdje jednako, znači da im u svim državama ponudimo jednaku funkcionalnost, jednako mogućnost skaliranja i jednake uvjete upravljanja i mogućnost centralnog upravljanja. Na headquarteru, znači tamo gdje je njihovo sjedište, oni su željeli da to uđe u njihov koncept takozvanog na cloudu osnovanog radnog mjesta, da se s tim radnim mjestom integrira i da su naprave koje se koriste stabilne naprave. Ta skrb za stabilnost, odnosno ta njihov zahtjev je dolazi od toga što imate danas i rješenja koja su osnovana u cjelini na nekim aplikacijama na korisničkim napravama koje nisu stabilizirane i onda su oni željeli posebno da mi to komitiramo ili da napravimo tako da budu stabilan software i naravno i stabilan hardware. Treći važan zahtjev je bilo da svi ti sustavi, sve to što ponudimo, mora biti neposredno, jednostavno i od prvog dana integrabilno sa njihovim drugim sustavima, primjerice ERP i CRM. I naravno, jako važan aspekt je bio, s obzirom da imaju 1600 lokacija, da sve što se implementira mora omogućavati takozvanu brzu implementaciju. Što više, oni su bili specifični, tražili su da se naprave same prijave na server, same namjeste, znači da nije potrebna nikakva intervencija, nikakvo slanje inženjera na teren. Mi smo im komitirali jednostavan setup, da sve opcije koje postoje u aktivniku i u tom sustavu u smislu funkcionalnosti, da su fleksibilne, da oni mogu prilagoditi to pojedinom radnom mjestu i da naravno mi smo im obećali da će to zadovoljavati sve standarde sigurnosti i sve formalne standarde državne koje su postavljeni za to područje. Primjerice, kako snimate razgovore, to je u Europi regulirano u više aspekata i znači nije svejedno kakav je funkcionalnost na snimanju razgovora. Oni su s ovim prelaskom na komunikaciju u cloudu postigli svoje ciljeve na području potpune integracije s njihovim sustavima i mogućnosti upotrebe jednako u svim državama internacionalno. Uspjeli su znači dobiti sustav koji im omogućava da je kvalitet i da su standardi studije jednaki u svim državama. I naravno njima se svidjela naša fleksibilnost i poslovni model jer smo mi operator koji ima uključeno u koncept da lokalni partneri s kojima te firme već rade njima nude lokalnu potporu, a sve od drugog nivoa potpore dalje budemo mi. Znači, ako na kratko samo ponovimo, riječima njihovog vice presidenta za IT i procese, on je ispostavio da je taj zero touch installation, odnosno taj samo postavljanje svih naprava, za njih predstavlja veliku prednost, veliko dostignuće i da taj naš portfolio naprava na kojem oni mogu koristiti te sustave je zadovoljio njihova očekivanja. Mi smo počeli sa njima raditi 2019. Do sada smo prenijeli na našu mrežu 3407 njihovih korisnika. S time smo iz upotrebe izbacili 875 starih sustava i to smo do sada učinili u 8 država. Znači, u međuvremenu preko 1600 njihovih dućana smo opremili s tim komunikacijama i naravno oni kada izlaze u druge mreže koriste 2177 brojeva diljem Europe. Druga takva ilustrativna referenca je hotelski lanac Vienna House. Njihovi problemi su bili uglavnom to slični ovome, znači oni su imali zastarele sustave koje su morali pod hitno zamijeniti. Imali su integracije sa hotelskim sustavima, primjerice to znači kad gost dođe u sobu, telefon se aktivira, kad se gost čekira iz hotela, telefon se automatski odjavi. Takvi sustavi koji s tom integracijom omogućavaju automatizaciju, nisu im više radili, a nisu im radili prije svega zbog toga što znači, imate hotelski sustav koji ide iz verzije u verziju i imate telefonski sustav koji ne ide nigdje jer je kupljen prije 15 ili 20 godina i nikoga nije updatirao. I čak ga je i nemoguće i kad bi htjeli. Onda jedan važan aspekt u hotelskoj industriji je da vi možete blokirati međunarodne pozive u sobi, da vam ne bi gosti napravili račun, ne da bi vi to znali. Znači, treba upravljati s tim i samo ako gost traži i vi mu to odobrite, onda možete obračunati taj telefonski razgovor. Ok. Ono što je različito od prijašnjih, ja neću sad ići kroz sve, jeste to da su oni željeli zadržati postojeće naprave u sobama koje nisu bile pripremljene za direktno priključivanje na oblak i mi smo to rješenje napravili. Šta je možda ovdje drugačije od prijašnje reference je dodatna funkcionalnost koju smo mi razvili za hospitality industriju, znači to je, imamo posebno rješenje za hotele. Evo možda završimo ovim slajdom. Pored ove dvije reference, vidite da naše servise koriste i firme kao Lufthansa, Deutsche Telekom, Remax i slične kuće. Ja vam se zahvaljujem za vaše vrijeme i što ste nas došli ovdje slušati i čuti što imamo za promijeniti. Hvala.
Thank you very much, Nico, for your presentation, and just a final remark on the references. Next time you come to Vienna, make sure you have a schnitzel at the Fiedemüller, very traditional restaurant. Thank you very much. And next up, we're coming to a very different topic, digital tool management. And can I ask Ivan Požgaj, please, for the presentation?
Hello everyone again. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the presentations that we saw, and I'm looking forward to the presentations to come. Like announced, we are jumping into, let's say, we've heard a lot about tools, now we're jumping to the real ones. We're talking explicitly about the mechanical engineering branch, more specific machining. In today's case, I will briefly introduce the company TCM, Tool Consulting and Management, which started as a tool trade company, still is. The most important thing to mention here is that we are 100 manufacturer independent, which means we always choose the best tool for the customer. We're around about 500 employees now today. Yes. Not only this was enough to somehow survive in this very, very hard industry. We had to evolve and be innovative where our portfolio gained another service. This was the so-called tool management. And what tool management does is basically very interesting for series production, where we take the frustration of choosing the tools, purchasing the tools, and so on through all our partners. Basically means we buy the tool through our suppliers, inspect it, deliver it to the machine, make sure that the first part, not the 50th, is being produced perfectly. We pick up the tool, regrind it, analyze it. If there's any need, we develop a special tool, non-standard, and then we go back again in the same cycle. Also important to mention here, throughout his whole cycle, we are having diverse reporting tools, so the customer has the information at any given time, what's my tool cost right now in my production. We split this tool management way of thinking in 6 different steps. Like said, we start from left down there with level 1, where there is the normal tool consulting, selling. Basically, you have one number that you call, and we pick out the best tool for a process or for a need. The second one would be consulting technology, how to process, and with grinding, which means resharpening the tools, coating them, and then bringing it to you. It's more cost efficient when talking about series production again. Moving forward to the third one, the level 3, is a supplying concept where we say, okay, dear customer, we know that you're the expert in the production. We believe that we are the expert in tooling and tools. So we take this stress away from the customer. We say, okay, we're going to deliver you the tools. You're going to have the tools at all time at a cost that we make a deal about. Moving forward to the fourth level, we're talking or implementing software where we manage or steer and plan the whole production based on the machining with the 6 steps that we have. I'm going to go a little bit more into detail with that a little bit later. The 5th level would be the cost per unit or cost per part way of thinking, where basically we do not sell the tools anymore. We just sell you the whole, basically. We calculate all the parameters that are needed and break down the cost for exactly one part produced, and this is what the customer pays. So he has the full transparency, what is happening and what he is investing in. And the 6th one is where we guarantee you that you will have a increase in productivity. If we take a look back to the level 3 one, we always have contracts with our customers where we state if we don't meet what we have we have proposed you, that we make a saving or we make an increase in productivity, we make a deal. If we don't make it, we give you the money back. Thank God we managed to, it never happened that we had to give the money back, so very, very successful with this business plan. Moving forward, one user of our tool management service was the BMW Group with their production in Landshut in Germany, where we managed to reduce their tool costs for around about 50%. This is just one, maybe if you notice, past few years BMW was more competitive with the price, but don't ask me more. How such a tool management starts? Basically, we need an insight in your production. You have to get this grasp with what your philosophy is, what your technologies are, what your purchasing conditions look like, what's the stock like, what's the system, is it organized, is it tidy, and based on that, in around 2 to 3 days, tool experts from TCM deliver you the proposition which states or guarantees the reduction of cost or increase in productivity. Some of examples that we had in analysis up left, where we analyzed a company and we said, okay, we help this customer to focus on, for example, 10 tools, because we saw that only these 10 tools make about 30% of his consumption or cost. This is where we said, okay, maybe we should focus on those tools, or maybe the first 3 because they are my high runners. There's something I need to switch, I need to improve the technology, or I have to make some better purchasing conditions. The second one is more common, where the customer calls us and says, okay, I see potential in my process. I have this machine, I have this material, let's say we have bronze and nickel in this case. And then we just go ahead and offer through our partners the best tool, and like we can see here, we are processing faster and we are cheaper for about 50%. This is just some of the examples that we successfully implemented. Around about, this is an average, 5%. Every time we have such a project with the customer, it's typically like but a gained 5% productivity. Just to jump off topic from the tools, newer member of the TCM group is TCM Systems. Their main job is automation, robotics, and production lines. They have the whole concept from designing, programming, manufacturing to the assembly, based on turnkey solution. The strengths of TCM Systems is the semiconductor industry, automotive tier 1 and 2, electronics, ceramics. And this is one of our projects that we had in Austria at AT&S semiconductor company. We built this processing or production line which stacks, inspects automatically the semiconductors and storages them at a certain temperature, for example. Moving back to the tools, we also have a storage system for the tools. So the tool-based dispensing or vending machines, how we call it, it's a simple drawer with software. It's locked, so not everyone has the access to it, and it keeps my shop clean, tidy. I have 24/7 access to it, and I can choose exactly who can take the tools out of the system. And also to be more automated, let's say, in this process, because we're moving in the Industry 4.0, orders we can make them automatic, and also I have a overview or transparency of my cost at any given time. Some of the benefits, like said, when such a system kicks in or is implemented at the customers in a production, the tool consumption is lessened, of course, because there's a system obviously being implemented, and the awareness rises of the people in the production. Machine downtime, because I'm not missing any tools. I have my tools all through because the system is ordering and the system is being filled in certain cycles depending on my consumption. Regrinding tool, this is a classic one because if you know machinists, they like the newest tools. Even I like to use the newest tools. But this system has to reduce my cost, and this is where the system says, okay, firstly, the machinist can take the used tool, then he can take the regrinded tool, and then at least he gets the newest tool, and this is how we break the cost down with such a simple system. And of course, the last benefit is that we save time. I'm not searching for the tools, I know where they are and I find them. Some of our references or projects that has been done this or past year, SEW Eurodrive, one of the bigger players in drive technology in Europe. Going or switching over to the real Industry 4.0 where everything is connected, we answered it with the software Win tool called WinTool. What it does, it connects left the planning and the engineering area or level of the company and the physical, the shop floor. So we manage or plan everything throughout or out of a central database in my production. It helps in a way where it organizes my production, and I have my resources organized, and I will know how much of what I have and where it's moving. I have data that I need in my production, not only in my software. I don't have my tools, my constructions, my drawings, my informations about different operations and how to fixture some different parts in the machine. I also have the data to fill my dispensing vending systems. I also have the data to inform my preset device, which I measure the tools for collision, and also the machine, which we have a bidirectional communication between where we exchange the NC code and check if there has been maybe some changes and so on. The value is easy again. We know, we don't search, we know where the tools are. Program is specific. If you are familiar with that CAM programming, we have one database, like I said, and we take basically all tools out of this one database, and this is when talking about efficiency. I don't have to create in every different CAM program a new tool, but I have the same one in my production. I have it all of a sudden 5 times, and I ordered it 3 times, but I needed just one, for example. This is then you feel it in the storage again. And the last one is the setup time. It's obvious when you have a good organized process, and this is the focus of this software on the process. If you manage the process and set it up to be real nice, tidy, clean, organized, you get things done quicker, and you can get more jobs. It's that simple. Exactly what a customer of ours did. They switched to cost per unit, level 5 tool management through WinTool because they managed to organize their whole process more efficiently. They got quicker, and they could get more jobs running in. We could talk about digitalization all we want, but it's not working without data, and we're talking here master data. I'm just going to scroll briefly to it. We've seen or heard a lot about different solutions in all industries, but none of them work if there's no data. The same goes for the machining industry. In our case, it happens like this. The tool manufacturer creates or delivers a tool. We get digital information, the drawings, the cutting parameters, and so on. And then we go directly into the production with this data, and then all of a sudden my machine is still standing still. Why? Because the data is not, does not have the completeness, the quality, the format that all those systems need, and this is a problem. Then we are back again at Industry 3.0, but we don't want that. We want to go a step forward. And this is where we said, okay, we're going to create the tool tracer. We're going to take the data of the tool manufacturers, we're going to filter it and enrichen it with all the informations that all our subsystems need in my production. I'm going to, with Keeping in mind, I am talking about one tool, and the one tool has the information to supply all these subsystems in my production, which also is a good saving in a type of storage when thinking back again. And we just inject this data into all subsystems, and I can work. I don't have to bother about creating data in different places. I have to focus on my production, obviously. This is just the steps that we go through. We take the data, we identify it, validate it, qualify it, and then put it, or you take this data and put it in production. One reference of ours saved some time with digitalization or in digitalization, which is, like I said, been solved with Tool Tracer. Some of our references that we worked with, and I would like to close this or finish my presentation with our philosophy that everything we do must result in our customers becoming even more competitive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan, for your presentation. We're actually staying with the smart factory topic, and I warmly welcome now Kelly and Kunz here in Croatia known as Reka, and I hand over to Matija Sinko. Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Ovo je PDF. To je PDF. Može. Tako svejedno. Ne, PowerPoint. Nije PowerPoint. Ok. Baš hvala. Za početak želim vas sve lijepo pozdraviti ovdje i sve one koji smo upoznali već do sad i one koje nismo, pa eto da se predstavim za početak. Moje ime je Matija Sinko i prodajni sam predstavnik u firmi Reka Hrvatska i zadužen sam prvenstveno za industrializaciju, odnosno za industriju 4.0 i za inovativne sustave opskrbe robom u industrijama. Pa prvo nešto o tome tko mi jesmo i čime se bavimo. Reka Hrvatska je osnovana 1997. godine i postojimo već u Hrvatskoj 25 godina i dio smo međunarodne Reka grupacije čija tvrtka kćer u Austriji iz malog gradića Velsa pod nazivom Kellner i Kunz i njezina sestrinska tvrtka u Njemačkoj tvore tu dakle Reka grupu od 27 različitih tvrtaka u 19 europskih država. Pa da prijeđemo dalje da vam objasnim tko smo i čime se bavimo, prijeći ćemo dakle na sljedeći slajd. Dakle, mi smo dobavljači, prvenstveno smo dobavljači za industriju. A što dobavljamo, to su C dijelovi. Da je prvo shvatili što su C dijelovi, moramo objasniti zapravo proces proizvodnje, recimo to tako, jer se kao u procesu proizvodnje, dakle, uvijek imate A, B i C dijelove. A i B dijelovi su oni dijelovi koji sadržavaju 95%, znači vrijednost i sama količina dakle tih proizvoda je u krajnjem proizvodu 95%, dok se C dijelovi čine samo 5% ukupnog proizvoda u samom krajnjem proizvodu i mi smo postali specijalisti za tih 5%, odnosno za te C dijelove. A prvo da objasnim, dakle, A dijelovi čine dakle, nekih 75% finalnog proizvoda, dakle, to su većinom veliki metalni dijelovi, dakle, i slične stvari koje se koriste, dakle, u samoj proizvodnji strojeva. Drugi, dakle, B dijelovi su oni koji čine 20%, a tu ulaze, dakle, i električni dijelovi, razni prekidači, hidravlični dijelovi, neki veći i slične stvari, dok u biti ovi C dijelovi su ti koji u biti čine samo 5%, a prema nekim istraživanjima firme iskorištavaju 40% svog vremena da nabavljaju tih 5%. E sad, mi smo iskoristili neke postavke iz raznih industrija i jednostavno smo oformili kanale za distribuciju C dijelova kako bi ubrzali cijeli taj proces, umanjili troškove i jednostavno olakšali nabavku C dijelova većim industrijskim firmama. Što u biti je naš cilj? Naš cilj je, ako vidite dakle na samom slajdu, standardna dakle nabava do sad je funkcionirala na različite načine. Znači, ako imamo konvencionalnu nabavu, to znači da sve velike firme traže u prvom redu nekoliko ponuda za razne dijelove, pa onda kada sakupe sve ponude traže najjeftiniju ponudu i cijeli taj proces može trajati vrlo, vrlo dugo i može biti cjenovno vrlo, vrlo visok, odnosno cijena same nabave može biti vrlo, vrlo visoka. S druge strane, što smo mi krenuli raditi je to da smo iskoristili, dakle, prvo naš CPS sustav, što znači C-Parts Management System, znači iskoristili smo taj sustav kako bi ovu potrebu koja se nađe na početku lanca dobave, kako bi smanjili cijeli taj niz u lancu dobave i poslali robu u centralno skladište u samim firmama. Sljedeći korak dalje bilo dakle iskorištavanje biti našeg znanja i poznavanje različitih procesa u samim industrijama, pa smo krenuli dakle kada se potreba javi za neki artikl ili za neki proizvod, mi tada postavljamo te proizvode direktno na mjesto trošenja. A kako to uspijevamo? To uspijevamo našim sustavima o kojoj ću vam objasniti malo kasnije. Što u biti mi smatramo C-dijeloma? C-dijeloma smatramo sve ove dijelove, dakle spojna tehnika, ručni alati, alati za bušenje, raznorazni kemijski proizvodi, raznorazni proizvodi za osobnu zaštitu. Osim toga, znači sve ovo što vidite gore je biti dio naše standardnog portfolija koji držimo stalno na skladištu. Uvijek imamo preko barem 120.000 artikala je stalno skladišteno u našem centralnom skladištu i time uvijek možemo industrijama, odnosno našim industrijskim kupcima stati na raspolaganju kako ne bi oni morali zaustavljati svoje proizvodne pogone. S druge strane, što mi kao firma možemo ponuditi svojim kupcima je to, osim ovih standardiziranih proizvoda, nudimo i proizvode koji njima su potrebni, a nisu u našoj standardnoj proizvodnji. Samim time osiguravamo našim kupcima nesmetanu proizvodnju, smanjenje troškova nabave, osiguravamo im i dakle nesmetani proces, jednostavno smanjujemo lanac dobave i na taj način jednostavno ih podržavamo u tome da se oni bave svojim core biznisom, a to je proizvodnja. Sve ostalo mi njima pružamo kako bi olakšali cijeli taj proces. Dakle, tu se nalaze razni proizvodi od hidraulike pa sve do dakle, materijala za pakiranje, čak i uredskog materijala za koji, ne znam, ima jako puno firmi koje se bave, dakle, puno vremena koriste za nabavku papira, kemijskih olovaka i sličnih stvari. Sa našim procesima mi to možemo jednostavno ubrzati i olakšati cijeli taj proces. A kako mi to olakšavamo je ono što je u biti poanta cijele te priče, a to je industrija 4.0, odnosno automatizacija i digitalizacija. Ako mi stavljamo C-dijelove u ovakve naše automatizirane strojeve, nazovemo to tako, na taj način dobivamo vrlo jasan, vrlo transparentan proces nabave, dobave, analize troškova i korištenja samih materijala na licu mjesta. A da vam pojasnim cijeli proces, to je biti, možemo i uživo vidjeti taj proces, možete vani ispred, dakle, vidjeti cijeli automat koji je tamo postavljen, možete vidjeti uživo cijeli taj proces, a on funkcionira na principu stavljanja C-dijelova, dakle, u sam automat. Sa kupcem dogovaramo određenu potrebu koja je njemu, dakle, bitna i što je njemu potrebno na licu mjesta u samom proizvodnom pogonu. Nakon toga mi dogovaramo količine koje su njemu potrebne kako ne bi on ostao bez robe i kako ne bi proizvodnja stala. Uvijek naravno planiramo nešto malo više kako ne bi u biti i na taj način menadžiramo te pikove u proizvodnji kako ne bi došlo opet do manjka materijala i kako ne bi došlo do stajanja proizvodnje. I na taj način u biti povećavamo samo optimizaciju procesa i na taj način štedimo puno novaca samim firmama s kojima radimo. S druge strane, što se tiče samog procesa nabave, taj proces je automatiziran. Sva roba koja se potroši u nekom periodu, u nekom od ovih uređaja je praćena, bilježena i ona se nalazi u takozvanom servisnom centru. Taj servisni centar prati maksimalne količine koje su trenutno na lageru, prati i tu je u biti taj sustav koji je integriran, sami automati su integrirani u cijeli taj sustav koji onda u biti postaje pametni sustav i na taj način je u biti dio industrije 4.0. To znači da zapravo automati sami šalju narudžbe kada mi njima to odredimo. Kada dođe do tih nekih minimalnih količina za narudžbu, oni pošalju narudžbenicu prema našem SAP sustavu. Naš SAP sustav tada to registrira i kolege iz logistike i skladišta počinju proces pakiranja. Kada je roba spremna za isporuku, ona se šalje kupcu direktno na adresu i onda ili mi ili kupac sam, već ovisi o dogovoru, tu robu naravno provjerava i stavlja natrag u taj automat. Znači, imamo 4 vrlo jednostavna koraka s kojima smo optimizirali sam proces nabave. Nema više nebrojeno puno upita za artikle, nema nebrojeno puno ponuda i lijevo i desno. I onda samim time smo povećali produktivnost same nabave, jer nabava se sada može baviti nekim bitnim stvarima, u nabavci A i B dijelova, a ne samo C dijelovima. Smanjili smo troškove, naravno, putem tog procesa smo, dostavili artikl koji je potreban na mjesto proizvodnje, dostavili smo ga direktno na mjesto proizvodnje, nismo morali proći nekoliko različitih stupnjeva kada dođe potreban artikl na potrebno mjesto. Svi ovi koncepti, o kojima smo ovdje pričali su fleksibilni i naravno u dogovoru sa kupcima se mogu vrlo jasno dogovoriti, definirati i na taj način pomažemo kupcima da budu brži i efikasniji u svom poslu, a to je proizvodnja. Mi preuzimamo cijeli proces, a onda kupac se može samo fokusirati na njegov osnovni proces, a to je proizvodnja. Biti, što sam još htio reći, a to je da kada pristupamo samim kupcima, većinom su to kupci iz većih industrija, od vidite razne branše koje ovdje postoje, mi smo aktivni u svim tim industrijskim branšama i jednostavno sa puno iskustva možemo reći da svi oni prepoznaju brand i kao Reka i nas kao specijaliste na tom području i vrlo smo svjesni te uloge i samim time poboljšavamo svoje usluge iz dana u dan. Te naše usluge i naši servisi koje ovdje postoje su u biti ti Reka sistemi. Svaki od ovih sistema ovdje prikazanih ima svoje prednosti i naravno sve to ovisi o tome što je samom kupcu potrebno, a mi u dogovoru sa samim kupcem jednostavno pokušavamo olakšati i ponuditi najbolje rješenje koje će biti prihvatljivo kupcu. Neću nabrajati zapravo sve, bitno je za industriju 4.0 bitno je nekoliko tih sistema, a to je biti ovaj RFID sistem koji također automatski šalje narudžbe i samim time postaje pametan jer prati količine i dostavlja robu na licu mjesta. I imamo najpoznatiji naš sustav, a to je biti Reka iStorage sustav, automati za izdavanje robe. Od prvog automata prošlo je sada već nekih 8 godina od kako je prvi automat implementiran u našoj tvrtci kćeri u Austriji. I nakon njega je uslijedilo puno novih sistema koje smo nadogradili. Danas u Hrvatskoj imamo ugrađenih preko 40 ovakvih sustava i dakle na taj način i samim time sa svakim novim sustavom jednostavno se poboljšavamo i na svakim novim sustavom ugrađujemo sve više principa digitalizacije, automatizacije u naš portfolio. Dakle, to je naš odgovor za industriju 4.0 su dakle svi ovi reka sustavi, od kojih trenutno najmoderniji, nije zadnji, ali jedan od posljednjih sustava koje smo uspjeli definirati je taj automat s vagama, koji se nalazi, kao što sam rekao, van ispred, pa ako tko želi, vrlo pozvani ste svi da provjerite i da vidite u biti kako funkcionira cijeli taj proces i da se uvjerite dakle da on funkcionira i ovdje na licu mjesta. Evo, to bi bilo to. Ako ima kakvih pitanja, slobodno možemo sad ovdje, a možete me kasnije vani kontaktirati. Hvala.
Thank you very much, Matja, for presentation of your ice storage system, which is also displayed outside. And we're now coming to Miroslav Bažić with digital assembly technologies of cathode fastening. So the presentation should be there in a second. And here we go. You want to use the podium?
Sorry?
You use the podium?
Oh, yeah. No, I will use the podium. Okay. Let me see. Okay. So, just to give you a little bit of background about KVT Fastening and Bossel Group. Bossel Group is almost 200-year-old business based in Zug in Switzerland. We are in 80 locations, and the core of our business is distribution of fasteners, of C parts as well, which is one of the core competencies of ours. These are the products. Besides of products themselves, we provide a spectrum of services for the industry, which can optimize assembly, logistics, and design processes. So starting from the logistics part, we provide a different set of systems that can optimize the logistics and the purchasing. We also can support design teams and mechanical engineering and R&D teams with assembly technology expert services. And the focus of today's presentation is smart factory assembly service that we will discuss in a little bit more detail. As to product solutions, Bossard covers the complete spectrum of fasteners, whereas KVT Fastening, which is a little bit more present in this region, is focused on branded products. So self-clinching parts, blind rivets, blind rivet nuts, stud welding, and different technologies that are mostly implemented in metal industry here. When we talk about our logistics offering, we can provide a different spectrum of systems, the newest of which is SmartBeam Cloud. This is sort of a box which includes an integrated weighing sensor, so it practically is triggered by motion, and in real time can, with connection with the Wi-Fi, can measure the level of stock of each C-part or fastener which is on the assembly floor. When we discuss our services for the design and R&D teams, R&D and the mechanical engineering teams, We are able to offer full support in design of fastening solutions and fastening points. We can test joints, we can provide education for the R&D teams, we can do the optimization of the assortment, and we can do different teardowns in Linz, in Austria, where the KVT is based for Central and Eastern Europe is, where we can practically tear down any serial product that you have and inspect it and try to find the optimal solution how to improve it. Of course, focusing on cutting this total cost of ownership. Now the focus of today's talk is smart factory assembly. What it is practically a service which is a modernization of the assembly process through digitalization of work instructions, which are still in most of the companies paper-based, and through software and integration of connected smart tools for different fastening technologies, provides traceability and instantaneous improvement of quality within the assembly process. We can provide the software and the hardware, but we can also connect it to companies' ERP systems, different ERP systems. We can also connect it to ongoing tools that are in different companies, and practically our own branded smart tools which have a process control integrated within, so they know when the fastener is installed correctly, so that the work instructions can move to a next step, to say so. So I will show you, can I turn the video on, do you know? If I can do it like this or here maybe. I'm not sure, do I see that?
Integriran.
Da. Ali, slide, imaš.
Koji slajd?
Što ću ga vidjeti? Evo, da li će ga on pustiti ovdje ili... A to je pretvoreno iz nekog razloga u sliku.
Da.
Nema veze, verovatno optimizam. Okay, we will maybe provide the video through when we send out the PowerPoint presentations include. Okay. Practically, but we have to now. Can you just switch so that I can operate this? Okay. Unfortunately, we cannot show you the video, but we will distribute it afterwards. Here are the 3 use cases from which you can get much more insight into the system, what can it achieve. So these are 3 main use cases that we came across. First is the digitalization of production documents, which were paper-based. The second is workflow guidance in a company which has a high assortment mix. And the third case is a significant improvement of the quality of the joints that were fastened. For customer General Dynamics, they had a problem because all their work instructions were paper-based and they were manually maintained. We provided through Smart Factory Assembly a solution to digitize those work instructions, so all the drawings and protocols, connect them to a system which is then connected to different interfaces. One of them is a tablet that they can use on the production floor. We achieved a significant reduction of rework and preparation savings. So practically we provided for the customer what he always has on his tablet, updated work instructions, the manual. They provide step-by-step guidance in different processes, and through that
customer now has a complete connection from the team which is writing the new instructions onto the assembly floor, practically fully connected. A second case study is of customer Metron. Metron is producing a lot of different products with a very low volume for each, so small batch sizes, and they have a high complexity. Smart Factory Assembly enabled practically a standardization of the assembly point, of the assembly station in the workplace, and with those guided work instructions, we can provide practically that any new operator can produce any part, although it might be new for them because they're used for to a different product, for example. So aside from that, we reduced setup time, rework as well, and enabled much more economical production of those small batches for this customer. For customer Fifner, they had a pain that their fasteners, they were not 100% sure always that their fasteners were properly fastened. They did not have any process traceability or any data behind. So Smart Factory Assembly provided through digital work instructions and usage of our connected smart tools, practically that each joint that they fasten with our tools is 100% traceable. So they know that each fastener in the assembly is fastened, and they have a tightening data on every installation, which of course provided 100% quality control and much higher productivity. What we can do for you, we can, of course, as next step, agree to give you a detailed presentation in-house or through a webinar or a Teams call with our SFA team. We can also propose to set up a proof of concept, so practically a assembly station that we can set up for your company, of course in line with your requirements or ideas where you want to improve. And we can absolutely openly send you an indicative price offer for the hardware, for the system, and how we can move forward. On this website you can maybe see also the video that we unfortunately could not show here, but I'm absolutely open to any details and questions. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Miroslav Basic from KVT Fastening. And I'd now like to ask Plan Radar, Bojan Petkovic, there he is, Bojan, to give us a bit more detail about the SaaS cloud solution that you have for the construction and real estate industry, or basically any bigger construction projects, maintenance, and these things. No, sorry, not yet.
Just a second, we have a technical problem. I don't get the mouse here.
The mouse keeps escaping, apparently. There it is. So Planradar is actually it's one of the it's a wonderful story. It's you probably know, well, I've known you for a while, but when I got to know Planradar, they were just about 5 years old, a mature startup, yeah. and growing really fast. So it's really been a success story with now I think 200 people that you have, 217 people and 10 subsidiaries. 12. Oh, okay. 12 subsidiaries yes. Worldwide.
Yes, all over the place. We plan to have 400 people at the end of next year.
Wow.
So that's
big plans.
Excuse me, I have to restart. We have a technical problem.
Okay. Well, do you want to come down and we can just have a chat while Igor is restarting? Let's just move here a bit more to the middle. Yeah. So, tell us a bit more, I think also without the presentation, the background, a bit more of the history of Planradar.
Yeah, definitely. It's, the story began in 2011 from my colleague Domagoj, and this is really nice combination of his background. He has a Hungarian background, he's native Croatian, but lives in Vienna. So he basically started from the scratch, and we had this here, someone from A1, I think, right? And this was really beginning of Planradar. Was we went through the A1 incubator back then in 2011. So there was also interesting story behind that. And from there we somehow scaled up. Of course, the beginning is always hard, especially since we are operating a very traditional conservative industry, which is construction and real estate. But then, the team came, the founding team, and then we started to open the different subsidiaries, and the first one was in Zagreb. So it was some kind of a test, for everyone. And everyone asks us, why the hell you opened the first subsidiary in Zagreb, not in, I don't know, in Prague or in London or somewhere. Of course, it was partly due to the Domagoj's, the inheritance and heritage here in Croatia. But also it was some kind of, idea, let's look, can we work here in this industry, which is very conservative, in the market, which is, we all know, not on this level of digitalization or accepting new technologies as the other countries are. And we made it, which was really good, which we, of course, expected. But we managed to see that it is really possible. It is really possible to change the industry and change the customers here. So we said, yeah, once it is possible in Croatia or in Southeast Europe, then I guess it's possible in London, right? And then we opened the next subsidiary in London, and then 1 year later or 2 years later, during the COVID times, we managed to close the Series A funding, which was quite a big funding, around 30 million euros. And then during the COVID period, we opened 10 offices. So that was quite a challenge. Everything was locked up. We're looking for people opening offices. They were saying we are crazy. We wanted to open office in Moscow, and it was a full lockdown. Couldn't reach out to any, to leasing companies. Couldn't open the office. But during the process, and I really want to outline this, we had a great support from VKO all over the place. And I think that was the cornerstone of our success story was definitely VKO.
Thank you very much. Igor also made the challenge of restarting the company. Thank you very much, Igor.
Yep.
And all the best for the future. I know it's going to be great. And
thank you.
Your presentation.
Yep.
Thank you. Do you want to use the microphone?
I can use this if I can change this. Yes, that's okay. So basically, all the background I already told you. What we do, we are a digital software as a service solution for managing projects more efficiently. What does this mean, more efficiently? You see these projects, and all of them are quite famous, Airport Berlin, Tottenham Stadium, and Elbphilharmonie. And not only they are famous because of their architecture, but they are famous because of the amount of problems they had and amount of, I would say, additional costs each of these projects had. I mean, Airport Berlin is well known for the defects during the construction, right? So this is the fact, basically, that even these big investments, big projects are somehow under the influence of constant numerous problems, defects, rescheduling, deadlines, etc., etc. The part why this is happening, and maybe this is a little bit old data coming from 2016 and 17, so maybe the absolute figures are not exactly correct, but the ratio is there. The ratio is probably the same, and the construction industry is here. So this is the level of digitalization. The construction industry is here. I don't know if I have pointer. Yes. So the only industry which is less digitalized than construction is agriculture and hunting. And we were speaking about manufacturing, about these things, so these guys are probably here and we are here. And so this gives us, the level of, road or the trip that we need to make from here to get it somewhere. And this graph is also interesting because it shows the productivity of people or workers inside of different industry. And the red line is construction, the gray one is, for instance, manufacturing. As I said, the figures maybe are not exactly correct right now, but the ratio is definitely there. So there is a huge gap which needs to be filled out by you know, the companies and solutions which we need to bring to the industry. And throughout the all regions, I would say this is some kind of common thing, that you usually have three types of companies. Usually you have the companies which are digital in essence, so that means that they are really open to they don't invest anything in a digital solution, so they are like dinosaurs. Yeah? Firms that are digitally emerging, so let's say after the COVID crisis, more and more companies are coming here. They know they need to do something, but they don't know what to do. And you have these digitally capable companies that practically will emerge by their own. Yeah? So if you put these three types of companies in kind of the graph, probably you all know about this graph called the fusion of innovation, you will see that these guys, type C, are probably here. So maybe around 15% of companies that are ready to make a change right away are here, and the rest are here. And even in construction, I would say these numbers are a little bit lower. So we are dealing mostly with these guys. And this is a thing. So what we need to do for them, first what we always need to outline, that any innovation, including PlanRadar, which is very simple software solution, is open innovation. So it comes outside of the company, it's not R&D. When some innovation comes outside of company, it definitely needs to have a role, of a support of the top management. So we need to have a sponsor, and top management, especially in the Southeast Europe, they need to figure it out on their own. They need to be aware that the role of there is not that they need to develop software by themselves, they need to be sponsor of the innovation, right? And this is the main difference between SCE region companies and maybe DACH region companies, because a lot of management still do not figure this out, even though, you know, the clear statements are there. So what we do as a PlanRadar, we provide not only software solution, but we provide a platform, right? So on PlanRadar environment, there are different capabilities what some company can do, from the different user metrics, defect management, task management, analytics, custom reports, audits, BIM models, etc., etc. I will not go into too much details because I will show a little bit about some pictures later on so that you figure out what exactly we do. On the market, what we see right now is this. So this is constellation of different point solutions. So you have inflation of different companies all over the place, which basically try to figure out one segment, and then, you know, management is overwhelmed with these kind of solutions. They don't know how to figure it out, and then they say usually, okay, we need digital strategy. And what is digital strategy? You know, buzzword. We don't know what this is. We just need to go with our plan that we need to improve ourselves. We need to find a platform solution, and we need to find a solution which is easily connected with either APIs or interconnected with some other solutions, that it provides the end product which is needed throughout the whole life cycle process. This is who we are, basically what our product is. As Ms. Sonia mentioned it before, we are software as a service product, so we offer the ability that all the users communicate and basically live inside of the cloud environment. We do not have our own cloud. We use AWS and Amazon cloud services based on the request from the customers. And then on these cloud services, we have our apps, and on these apps, the customers are able then to assign different tasks, assign tickets, view the plans, share the plans between each other, and most important thing, get information in the real time with a clear track record who did what and when. I intentionally didn't want to show the software as a demo here, which usually I do, but I wanted to give you some references or use cases that you see that who is using it and how it is using. Yeah? There are some references here which are familiar to probably all of you. Is Park Resort from Laguna Park, Poreč. They used PlanRadar for the defect management system. This is how they did it. So they were using a mobile app. On the mobile app they have plans, and it was really easy ticketing solution, positioning each of these problems, tasks or defects on the exact point of plan, describing it with a very simple form, adding a ticket, adding a picture, circling on the picture, and writing very simple comments there. And this is how you can basically share the information between different people. Also, depending on the size of the project or the type of the project, we enable that this kind of communication and ticketing system goes on the BIM models, which is sometimes you know, even here is still state-of-the-art technology, but in some regions the BIM is already quite a standard. Some Austrian use cases we saw yesterday at one of the clients about the same reference. It's really interesting that this automotive club, right, in Austria, they were using BIM models in 2016 to design this building. So that was also, you know, the signature where they are and where we are here. Also, a lot of different residential projects, but also something which is very familiar to all of you is our maybe most popular project right now, which is Pelješac Bridge and their connection roads, where PlanRadar is used for the communication on different defects, or how they call it, non-conformity things. You know, let's say that you did it something that is not according to a plan or according to the projects, and this is what you need to communicate. And there was always a little bit of a trick there, because, you know, the setup is, I would say, very complicated of people, of stakeholders. So you have a Chinese contractors who mostly do not speak English that well, right? You have their local people, our local people working for them, but it's always a challenge. And then you have investor, then you have EU funding, then you have supervisors, and all of them, basically, they need to create very clear construction documentation of what is going on the site, where PlanRadar came as a great solution to help them out. This is how they do it. Basically, they have a plan. On the plan, they are ticketing these things, positioning, describing what needs to be done and when. Then they have a really simple form, which is basically recreation of everything that they had inside of the Word document or inside of Excel sheet. Now they are filling out this in PlanRadar. Then each of these fields can be filled out by a different person based on different roles. So then we also restrict who can do what. Then they have a really nice, I would say, statistics. So they know how many of these things are open, how many of these things are closed, how many are in progress. They also have the ability to have BIM models also on the spot. What is really important to say, that everything I'm showing here is the screenshot of the web application, but everything here can be also used on a mobile app in the offline mode. This is where most of the people are really using it, because on site usually, you know, the signals are not great, and the environment is very tricky, and 100 of people, machinery, you know, sounds, etc. Also, another project quite familiar in Croatia is the Istarski Ypsilon project, where also supervisors have been using PlanRadar to document all the problems and all the tasks that he needs to do. And maybe this is a little bit now too detailed for some of you, but the FIDIC is the, I would say, the standard contractual procedures, especially for big projects, even in a classical building when you have the EU funds. And in these things, basically, why the FIDIC is important, because it gives you the track record, and it gives you the structure of the data that you need to do. It gives you clear deadlines, and it needs to follow the special procedure. The problem when it comes to this is that you need to write lot of documents, right? And you need to usually write them by hand in Word. And then you need to send them by email, and you need to keep track, when did you send and when someone else needs to respond to this. And PlanRadar here comes as a great solution because it tracks automatically which are the due dates, date of the event, and it tracks automatically what you need to write down. The thing with this kind of contractual procedures, and FIDIC being one of the most popular, is that by one click you can create reports same as you would write them inside of the Word document or PDF, right, eventually. This is how it looks like. So just a couple of screenshots. I don't want to go into much details because you get a picture about how it can be done. So everything that is written here ended up with this kind of report. Testimonials, you can all read it. As Ms. Sonia said, we are on the market for quite a while now. Have some big logos there all over the place, and all of them say one thing, and this is, PlanRadar save us time on administration, writing and emails, writing different reports, and this is what the benefit through is. Some customers worldwide. That's it from my side. Thank you a lot.
Thank you very much, Bojan. That's really a great story, and every claim manager's dream come true, PlanRadar system. We are now continuing with another very, very traditional Austrian company, B&R Industrial Automation, Bernecker & Rainer, previously known. And the people from Bernecker & Rainer unfortunately couldn't be here today, but we have the Croatian representative, Ivan Blažeković. Ivan, happy to have you here. Over to you.
Let's just see how this works. Very well. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Alan Ivan Blažeković from company Primotronic, and I'm today representing the company B&R Automation, especially their edge controller in the world of the industrial IoT. We are talking about digitalization of industry, of society, and we see all of these very nice presentations. We see the data, which is nowadays called the fuel of the future. We see nice graphs, we see analysis, but at some place you have to get the data from somewhere. And we have in our portfolio of automation the edge controller. Why we call it the edge controller? Everybody is probably now familiar that there is the cloud, and everything is in the cloud. But sometimes, especially when you are in manufacturing, you can run into problems if everything's in the cloud because you're in a real world situation. You have media coming into your factory, you have to prepare it, you have to get it down to the machine floor. On the machine floor, you have to do something with, and in the end, you are getting out with a product. So the cloud is somewhere. So to enable us not to get into the situation that time-critical processes are jeopardized because of some latency issues or some internet connectivity issues, edge controllers are used. You are basically moving the cloud or the computers back to the manufacturing. That's why it's called edge controller. You can see it down there. We can provide computational power at the floor where you need it. Here on this slide, you can see this gap on the other side between IT and OT. IT, information technology, OT, operational technology. What you don't really want is that somebody can really get into your manufacturing and tamper with your machinery or with your factories. On the other hand, you want to analyze the data which your manufacturing or plants are doing. And there is a natural gap in this. The information technologies are meant for another world, the operation technologies are for another world, the world of manufacturing. We who come from the automation part of the business, we are here to bridge this gap, to provide you at the manufacturing level with what you need there, which is industrial computing, managing of processes, controlling that the product is produced. Of course, when we are bridging the gap, we need to provide you with safety and security so that nobody gets into the systems and tampers with them. You want to get data from your machines up into the cloud or into other areas of your business, so you can store the data, you can review the data, you can analyze the data, you can present the data, and then in the end, use all of this to get together to orchestrate your whole production, because some companies have manufacturing sites all over the world. Some have only one factory, some are in 20, 30 countries. So, industrial computing. Important thing here is that in the past, or not only in the past, still, programmable logic controllers are the brain of any machine or any factory automation. In the meantime, it's possible to virtualize them, so you can put them into PCs. But since we are in manufacturing, you need reliability. B&R has a long-standing tradition of producing industrial PCs, so we have long life cycles, which in manufacturing are usually necessary, and we can now put into one device several things. On this slide, on this picture, you can see in the yellowy-orange part, this is the virtualized PLC, which is inside the industrial PC. We are using one core for PLC related operations, which are time critical. As I mentioned to some people here already, just imagine when you have a bottling machine and the bottle comes to the filling station and the valve opens and the bottle is not there, then you have water all around the place. So in the PLC world, in the operation technology world, time critical is the buzzword. In the information technology, it's not that important how fast your web page is loading. Okay, you will be crazy if it takes 30 minutes, but if it's 2 or 3 seconds, that's okay. But with a bottle, if the bottle is there in the second or in the first, means you have a spill. So we have here the possibility to dedicate one core for the PLC operation. We can do it locally, hybrid, which would mean we have an industrial PC on premises, or we can even put it into the cloud. For this, technology has to evolve a little bit. The colleagues from A1 were talking about 5G. 5G will be very important here so that you get even your PLCs into the cloud. But now it's better, safer, have it here in the PC. Our hypervisor software enables us that inside the PC, other cores are used for other operations, be it collecting data, be it presenting data, be it analyzing data, be it sending data. Some of these processes do not have to have a dedicated core because they are not so time critical. A very big topic here is you don't want somebody to get into your manufacturing. So since we are putting one PC with its cores and are using it for production and for all the other needed stuff, we have to make sure that the data that goes out and data that goes in is our data, that we control it, that we own it, and that we do not have somebody else being there who would suddenly, again, tamper with our machines, and then we have problems in our manufacturing. So we took care that our PCs are safe. We implement industry standard, state-of-the-art protocols, ways of protecting. There will be a lot of technical words coming up here, but in the end, I would focus in this part only on this one thing, which is the last one, secure remote maintenance. In manufacturing, what is happening is you have many plants around the world. You would actually need in every plant the same amount of engine maintenance works. But sometimes, I mean, this becomes very, very expensive, especially if you're employing people in Germany or in Norway. It can be easier or cheaper that you employ them in Croatia. We don't have to go to India. We have very good engineers for a far better price. And with the secure remote access, we are able to bridge the gap again so that from wherever the maintenance engineers are sitting, they can get into the machine and remotely do the maintenance tasks or repair tasks, and only at hand have some people who can do the simpler works like changing a sensor, putting in a connector, something like this. Nowadays, in this digitalized world and where data is the fuel, you want to get as much data as you can from the floor. Of course, you could now say, okay, we will do this in our own system, but B&R decided to open up to third-party solutions, and of course, therefore, is using industry standard protocols software. So OPC UA, MQTT, these are all buzzwords which you will be hearing all around when we are talking about getting data into the cloud, into ERPs, into MASs. This is now too technical. I'll jump through this because somebody liked this one. When we are gathering data, it's important to save it. Machines sometimes work in microsecond tacts. You can imagine that in a very short period of time, you will have a lot of data. So what we are offering with our solutions is to store them locally, partly local, partly in the cloud, all in the cloud. We are offering data compression on premises so that in cases you have situations with bandwidth problems, you don't lose anything out, but still have to. Of course, we are supporting NoSQL or SQL-based data systems regarding on the data you have there. Some things just need to be tabularized, some things have to be connected. It's always different, depends on the manufacturing process. While we are there, collecting all the data, we can provide from our system, which again is in the edge controller, that you analyze what's getting out there. You can create alarms. You can monitor KPIs. You can even compare parallelly what's going on in one factory or in the other factory. You can basically get totally new views into your manufacturing processes. At one of our clients who is, I'm not allowed to name them, but they are in the automotive sector, they are now realizing that same machines in different countries are not working at the same efficiency levels. And it's not always the people who are the problem. It sometimes can only be that the machine was just 6 months earlier installed so that the tools are not as good as anymore. Sometimes it's energy. I mean, I like to joke that sometimes it can happen that the machine gets the sentiment of the country where they are, so they are working slower, I don't know, in southern Italy than they would work in Norway. But It's usually never that case, but you get a lot of data which you then can analyze and make a big picture out of it. To make things easier for third parties who are providing companies with reports or with business intelligence support, we have already an integrated business intelligence suite which can be used for easy reporting, setting up of reports, or even if you do not have an outside supporter company or whatever, you can do it by yourself. It's meant for you, yourself as the owner of it, but to help others who are supporting you in this world where you usually nowadays don't do anything or everything inside one company. So, yeah. It's easy to create everything what you need for business meetings. When you just go a little bit back into the past, somebody, production manager, would at the end of the day, week, month, get some paper reports, Excel spreadsheets, which would just say, okay, yes, today we produced so much and much of this, we used so much energy, and we, I don't know, used so many media for this. That you would present on a board meeting, weekly, monthly, only showing papers. Now, you can do this real time online, and with far more data, with far more detail. It's not like that you come back then into the situation that, oh, we didn't think about that, to monitor this. Now all data is collected. You can drill down, recreate, create whatever you need. Even after you come to an idea, oh, we should have thought of that. The system has the data. Of course, nowadays it's very important that you have the possibility to show it on a phone or on a computer, so it's already ready for tablets, smartphones, or PCs, of course. As already said, with gathering all of this data, you can see how efficient you are, how much energy you are using, why some machines are working better, some are working less good. Is there some vibration maybe coming up from situations where you have energy fluctuations on the power grid? Sometimes some companies at the end of the power grid, I was to one of them in Croatia where they do not get 230 volts out of the line, but somewhere around 207, and which is a problem in manufacturing. Of course, all of this data can be presented on HMIs. So you get it back on the machine. So somebody from above can give back into the machine, on the machines, on the floor, present, visualize. We talked today and yesterday about different management systems. So Kanban, lean management, whatever, you can produce and, oh, I have to fast. Again, a lot of those. And in the end, what it leads us to is that if you have many machines, a lot of manufacturing, you can streamline all of this, see where you are good, in which factories in which you are not good, and in which cases you can then share the knowledge with the other guys. So I'll just run through this, which is just parts which are implemented in our systems. And in the end, again, we can provide now an industrial PC that can operate in real-time environments as well in, let's call it, information technology environments. So we can cover it all in one piece, and we can do it in the cloud as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blažeković, for connecting the real world with IT. Thank you very much. And we're now coming to Beterna. talking about the future of ERP, which was ERP I saw in the previous presentation in this one pyramid, and I'm not. Oh. Oh well, I'm very excited to hear what it is. So welcome.
Just to check before I start, do we have anybody in the audience who doesn't speak Croatian? Because maybe it will be easier to switch to Croatian if everybody understands Croatian, okay? Dobro, onda možemo i na hrvatskom, možda će biti lakše. Znam da ste možda već malo sad svi umorni pred kraj, već se onako bližimo kraju, pa ja mislim da ipak ova tema će biti zanimljivija nego ono što smo trebali pričati, a to je život s umjetnom inteligencijom. Pa evo nekako nadam se da ću ipak uspjeti dobiti bar 10 minuta vaše pozornosti. Izvadit ću se samo telefon da se znam ravnati prema vremenu. Ok, tu je nekakva kratka agenda, ono što ćemo danas proći. Ja ću postaviti ovako jedan izazov za umjetnu inteligenciju na početku, pa ću malo reći s čime se nekako naši klijenti susreću i što smo rješavali kod njih. Malo ćemo onda pokazati na primjeru optimizacije skladišta i razine zaliha kako umjetna inteligencija može pomoći jednom našem tipičnom korisniku, klijentu, da on napravi nekakvu optimizaciju svog skladišta i kako zapravo može zamijeniti onaj posao koji inače on radi i na koji troši puno vremena. Naravno, malo ćemo pričati o nekakvim use case-ovima, kako naši klijenti to inače rade, malo ćemo se hvaliti šta su sve napravili, kako su skratili vrijeme, kako su postigli nekakve uštede, na stvarnim nekakvim primjerima naravno i na kraju kratki nekakav zaključak. U principu svaka firma koja ima nekakav zalihu, ima i neko skladište i to je onako intuitivno jasno. Onda imate nekakve firme koje se bave možda proizvodnjom, pa koje onda imaju proizvodnju iz koje moraju puniti to skladište. I zapravo jedan od ključnih KPI-eva u svakoj firmi koja ima skladište je stock level, znači razina zalihe, zato što ona se naravno direktno ide i prebacuje se u nekakve financijske pokazatelje kao što je cash flow ili nešto tome slično. Priča se može onda još malo zakomplicirati kad ta proizvodna firma ima i svoje trgovine, kad se radi o maloprodaji, pa onda imate neke trgovine koje imaju razinu svoje zalihe, koja se naravno onda puni iz ovog skladišta koje je u proizvodnji. Naravno onda imamo još nekakve naše kupce kojima šaljemo tu robu. I zapravo tu se onda postavlja taj glavni izazov, je da mi želimo imati optimalnu razinu zaliha na svakom skladištu koje posjedujemo, kako u našoj proizvodnji, tako u trgovinama. Ako imamo nekakvu malo kompleksniju onda još malo prodaju, onda ako želimo malo zakomplicirati priču, imamo nekakvu razinu zalihe u svim tim trgovinama različitim koje se nalaze bilo gdje i onda ne moramo uvijek te trgovine možda puniti i sa našeg skladišta proizvodnog. Možda želimo postići to da možemo između tih trgovina slati različite razine zaliha zbog toga što, na primjer, ne znam, određeni artikl ili set artikala ne ide baš dobro u jednoj trgovini, ali u drugoj ide jako dobro, pa ono što želimo postići da optimiziramo tu zalihu je da iz te jedne trgovine pošaljemo nešto u drugu i tako dalje. Tako da onda priča onako postaje svakim nekakvim dodatnim razmišljanjem ili točkom malo još kompleksnija. I to je sad onako nešto s čime se susreće ovaj naš prijatelj kojeg ćemo sad upoznati, a to je Bob, koji radi u nabavi u toj jednoj kompaniji. Pa ajmo malo pogledati zapravo što Bob za nekakvo naručivanje koje radi. Evo, mi smo stavili da možda jedan prosječan purchaser, znači čovjek koji radi u nabavi u jednoj takvoj kompaniji, vodi brigu o 600 različitih artikala. Šta on sve mora raditi? Kad on nešto treba naručiti nekakvom dinamikom. Znači, on prvo mora analizirati postojeću zalihu na svim ovim skladištima ili na jednom skladištu za koje je zadužen. Mora onda analizirati kakav mu je plan ili forecast i njegove prodaje i proizvodnje u sljedećih nekoliko tjedana, da bi znao koliko mora naručiti toga, da može podržati taj nekakav forecast, ono što će izaći van kao nekakvi artikli. Naravno, sad onda isto tako mora evaluirati kad on to mora naručiti, kad to mora biti kod klijenta, koja je nekakva ta dinamika, ali to dovoljno za tjedan dana, koliko mu dobavljač često, koliko su nekakvi lead time-ovi dobavljača, znači kad će dobavljač to isporučiti, kad će to biti kod nas i tako dalje. Naravno, onda mora izračunati količine na temelju svega, dosta je sve to intuitivno jasno, i sve to onda staviti u nekakvu narudžbenicu koju šalje svom dobavljaču i poslati mu to. Sad, ko su ljudi s kojima Bob ima interakcije? Tu imamo gospođu Anu, koja je zapravo njegova šefica, dakle voditeljica nabave, koja ga onda pita, gle, razina zalihe ti je previsoka, šta si radio? Došlo do stok auta, neko je htio kupiti neku zalihu, nije mogao. Šta se tu dogodilo? Onda Bob tu ima problema kad treba to objašnjavati, nije mu baš ugodno. Ima Hanu koja radi u planiranju proizvodnje, koja mu se žali kad nema možda materijala u proizvodnji, pa onda Bob je treba nekako objasniti zašto se to dogodilo, mora paziti na nju. Ima nekog Dena koji je voditelj skladišta. Šta je Denu bitno? Denu je bitno da Bob ne naručuje baš prečesto. Jer teoretski Bob može naručivati da dobavljač ima takav ugovor s dobavljačem da svaki dan dolazi nekakav kamion. Ali nije to baš zgodno. Napravit će zastoj u skladištu. Znači bilo bi dobro da imamo optimalnu razinu zaliha, ali uz što manje interakcije i što manje dobavljača da može skladištar to odhendlat sve skupa. Uz ono sve što ima naravno skupa druge nekakve poslove. Jel? Ima onda nekakvog CFO-a koji gleda to sve u financijskim iznosima pa isto pita Boba što se tu događa i tako dalje. I sad je još dobio jednu kolegicu koju treba hendlati, koju treba pomoći, educirati, uvesti u posao. Pa evo, nije mu baš lako, ne? Dosta je to nekakvih poslova. Ako sad još Bob radi u maloprodajnoj kompaniji, onda još dodatno kompliciramo malo priču. Zašto? Zbog toga što ne moramo gledati samo onda to skladište tamo proizvodno, s kojeg jednog isporučuje, nego ako se sjećate onog što sam sad pričao prije 2-3 minute, ima još nekakvih 10, 15, 20 trgovina u kojima vodi brigu, gdje onda mora gledati da li ima možda u tim trgovinama neku zalihu koju mogu iskoristiti za druge trgovine i tako dalje i tako bliže. Tako da još malo kompliciramo priču dodatno. Sad nekakav problem imamo, izazov smo definirali i vidimo da Bobu nije lako. Kako mu možemo pomoći? Pa možemo mu pomoći tehnologijom. Ja ću sad ovako, s obzirom na vremene koje je na raspolaganju, već sam potrošio skoro pola, pričati na nekakvom high levelu, a ako nekog zanima malo detaljnije kako ovo radi, onako ispod haube, da se tako izrazi, možemo onda još malo potrošiti vremena poslije uz ručak ili na neki drugi način. U principu, kako mu pomažemo? Ta umjetna inteligencija koju koristimo, zapravo mi koristimo tehnologiju da parsiramo podatke, uzimamo ih iz različitih izvora podataka i na temelju toga dajemo preporuke Bobu i na temelju nekih algoritama. Zapravo što radimo? Mi želimo Bobov način razmišljanja, kako on radi one korake koje smo gledali na slajdovima prije, staviti u neki algoritam koji će onda odraditi taj posao za Boba ili barem većinu tog posla koji Bob radi, a njemu omogući da se fokusira na nekakve malo kompleksnije i naprednije stvari. Pa onda što imamo? Imamo nekakve naravno onda podatke koje možemo vaditi iz različitih izvora podataka. Danas smo puno slušali o tome u ovim prezentacijama. Prije imamo nekav CRM, ERP, možemo čak iz BI-a vaditi neke podatke u drugi BI i tako dalje. Nekakve možda web stranice, web shop ili nešto tome slično za forecast i tako dalje, ili čak nekakve podatke izvana želimo. Znači imate određeni dio proizvoda koji su dosta sezonalni, pa će nam onda njihova prodaja ili forecast ovisiti o tome kakvi su podaci, na primjer, o vremenskoj prognozi. Jedan primjer. Onda što još moramo paziti? Znači Bob razmišlja o tome da mu se može dogoditi nekakav overstock, da može imati previše zalihe, može mu se dogoditi neki stock out, tu mora jako paziti, da mu ne nestane zalihe, da ne može nešto prodati, pa moramo tu postaviti nekakva pravila i reći kad se to dogodi, koliko nam je možda nekakav safety stock. Znači mi moramo po ugovoru nekom s kupcem uvijek tog artikla imati na zalihi minimalno 100 komada, jel, neovisno opet, tako da moramo paziti na sva ta nekakva pravila koja imamo i na procedure naravno. Onda imamo cijelu priču oko forecastiranja, kako forecastiramo, da li je to nešto što je sezonalno, moramo uzeti u obzir nekakve možda i iznimke, jel? Ne znam, sad dolazi možda Black Friday pa očekujemo da ćemo imati malo više prodaje i tako dalje, znači moramo imati sad tu u obzir nekakva različita pravila. Naravno moramo uzeti u obzir planiranje proizvodnje, transferi između različitih lokacija, koje rute upotrebljavati, optimizirati rute, nije baš isto da li ću povući nekakav artikl sa trgovine, možda tamo ima, ali ako je ta trgovina 1000 km udaljena, ima možda malo manje u trgovini koja je na 100 km, on ću rađe uzeti zove koja je bliža, jer će me manje koštati taj transfer, naravno, i tako dalje. Naravno, logistika, ono sve o čemu smo razgovarali ranije, i iz toga onda dobivamo nekakve outpute koje Bob može koristiti. I sad, kako to izgleda u praksi? U principu kada Bob dođe ujutro na posao, on dobije ovakav jedan sheet unutar svog ERP sustava, unutar kojeg su mu dale mogućnost da vidi koliko mora naručiti bitrna napitaka. I sad ima tu nekakve količine, skladište na koje to treba, ima due date, znači do kojeg datuma to mora doći. Međutim, još uvijek želimo Bobu ostaviti mogućnost da neke od ovih podataka on ažurira ručno. Jer možda je baš jučer popodne, nakon što je software izvrtio sve recomendatione, on dobio poziv od nekog od svojih većih klijenata koji mu je rekao, baš treba mi sad za 3 dana, ne znam, još 100 komada nečega, pa Bob onda možda želi tu naručiti nešto ekstra, nešto dodatno. Znači, dajemo mu mogućnost da ipak on još tu ima nekakvu ručnu intervenciju, radi nekih iznimki i tako dalje. Ono što mu još želimo pomoći je da dobije unutar BI sustava nekakav, mi smo to nazvali explanation app, znači nekako pojašnjenje kako je software došao do tih količina. Znači sad tu vidite s lijeve strane imamo nekakve forecaste, to jest imamo stvarne podatke na lijevoj strani grafa, onda s desne strane imamo forecast koji je napravljen na temelju tih stvarnih podataka, povijesnih, kako se nešto prodavalo i tako dalje. Imamo dolje nekakve detalje, koliko je forecastirana prodaja, zašto je tako, kako se odnosi ona na nekakvu prodaju koja je bila u povijesti, tako da Bob može to malo analizirati ako želi, jer još uvijek opet kažem, želimo možda za neke artikle zadržati mogućnost da ipak čovjek tu da nekakve inpute. Sad, kažem, neću ići baš u tehničke detalje kako točno ovo radi ispod haube, pa ćemo se tu za sad zaustaviti. Vidjeli smo kako smo Bobu otprilike pomogli, skratili mu vrijeme. Pa ajmo samo malo proći možda još kako to otprilike izgleda kod naših klijenata i kako smo njima pomogli, što smo zapravo za njih napravili na temelju nekih konkretnih primjera. Jedan od većih projekata koje smo radili bio je za kolege u Sloveniji Salus Group, inače jedan od najvećih distributera farmaceutskih proizvoda, baš distributer sa jako puno lokacija, prometima koji se mjere u desecima milijuna eura. I evo, na primjer, jako su zanimljive nekakva njihova iskustva, nekakvih godinu do 2 dana nakon što smo tamo napravili projekt uvođenja AI-a za stock optimization. Ono što se njima, na primjer, pokazalo je da smo za nekih otprilike 85% artikala uspjeli potpuno automatizirati naručivanje. Znači, potpuno automatizirati da oni više to gotovo uopće da ni ne gledaju. Šta im to onda omogućuje? Zapravo šta vam se pokazalo? Pokazalo se da se sad njihovi dobavljači, zapravo nabava, ispričavam se, fokusiraju na nekakve artikle koji su slow moving takozvani, znači koji se možda nemaju toliko visoki obrte, ali su visoko vrijednosni, imaju nekakav visoki profit. Tako da smo zapravo ono vrijeme koje su prije trošili nekakve ponavljajuće aktivnosti koje možda i nemaju nekakvu visoku dodanu vrijednost, oslobodili da se mogu fokusirati na nešto pametnije, da se tako izrazimo. To nam je bio nekakav zaključak i ono do čega smo došli. Smanjili smo, evo kako tu piše, otprilike 50%, kao to su naravno nekakve procjene njihove interne tog ručnog vremena koje oni troše na naručivanje te ponavljajuće taskove koje baš nemaju nekakvu dodanu vrijednost i nekakve sad uštede u cash flow su ovisno o skupini artikala, o možda ne znam nekakvom posebnoj kategoriji ili nešto tome slično, bili smo među 25-65% na samom cash flow. I zapravo tu sad mogu reći i znam da zvuči sad možda malo ovako kao nekakva prodajna priča i tako dalje, ali stvarno iskustvo svih klijenata je ako nemamo unutar godinu do 2 dana, vrlo često ispod godinu dana, nekakav ROI koji će vratiti ono što je uloženo u ovakve projekte, da smo nešto ozbiljno pogriješili u samom projektu. Znači tu već pokušavamo kroz nekakve pilot projekte procijeniti koliko će to biti i do sad nam se pokazalo da smo uvijek uspjeli uštediti unutar godinu do 2 dana novce koji su tu uloženi. I još sad tu imamo nekakve soft benefite koji su onako prepoznati, ali znači naravno sad nekako dodatno vrijeme koje možemo potrošiti nekakve kompleksnije, nove artikle, na primjer novi asortiman koji uvodimo i tako dalje. Otvarate nove skladište, novu trgovinu, vrlo lako se napravi rollout prema možda nekakvim iskustvima od ranije, znači ne trošimo gotovo uopće vremena, to jest naši klijenti ne troše. Naravno onda kontroliranje te frekvencije, narudžbeno što sam pričao prije, da ne moramo više možda naručivati ad hoc ili panično, da se tako izrazim, nego možemo to puno bolje planirati, pa onda omogućujemo i puno veću efikasnost na skladištu. I ono što nije zanemarivo, stvarno vas stavlja u puno bolju poziciju kod pregovaranja sa dobavljačima. Jel? Da onda stvarno možete nekakve puno bolje uvjete ispregovarati, što je opet jedna direktno financijska, ja bih rekao, i ušteda i benefit. Jel? I da onda možete stvarno nekakve dobre bonuse dogovarati sa vašim kupcima i nekakve rabate u ovisnosti o količini prodaje i tako dalje. Evo toliko od mene, uspio sam i 2 minute zaštediti, s obzirom da smo malo iza vremena, pa kao što sam rekao, podaci, nekakvi kontakt su ovdje. Tko god bude htio možda čuti malo više, ali mi je ovo zanimljivo, vidimo se još poslije, tako da hvala.
Thank you, Josip Penovic, talking 100 miles an hour. I'm probably the only one who's not very good at Croatian. Usually I understand a lot, but that was a bit fast for me. Thank you very much for a very interesting insight into the future of AI. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now at the end of our live presentations. We have one more, the Infineon project. Austrian company Infineon is wanted to present their IPCEI project in the micro and power electronics industry. Unfortunately, Mr. Demircan could not come here today because of the COVID situation, and they sent a video that Igor is now going to play. Until Igor sets up the video, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you all for being here today. Everybody who made it here live, thank you very much for coming. All our presenters, of course, thank you very much for being here for the very interesting presentations, and all our visitors who are here online. I hope you had an interesting day. Well, everybody who's here live, I'd like to warmly invite now to a networking lunch that we're having outside. So I'm looking forward to catching up with you, exchanging more views and experiences, and thank you again for being here. Thank you.
Hello everybody, my name is Emir Demircan and I work in the IPSI Microelectronics team of Infineon Austria. Today I will present you briefly Infineon Austria, but the focus of my presentation will be on IPSI Microelectronics, which stands for Important Projects of Common European Interest, and we do have several spillover activities that are expected to be beneficial for countries in Europe, beyond Austria. With this, I can start with Infineon. As many of you might know, Infineon is a top 10 semiconductor company with more than 50,000 employees around the world. And there are two key mega trends that Infineon is driving with its technologies. These are electrification and digitalization. When we talk about globalization, indeed Infineon is globally positioned with its network of front-end and back-end manufacturing facilities. You see here from Americas to Europe to Asia. Back-end and front-end manufacturing facilities are spread globally. At the Austrian level, the main location is Villa. However, other R&D, IT and sales activities are spread across the country. And currently in Austria, there are more than 4,500 employees working for Infineon Austria. The semiconductor industry is very R&D driven and network driven, therefore collaboration with key partners is of paramount importance for Infineon Austria, and here it's only possible to show a few names, a few organizations, but the message is here very clear: network, collaboration, R&D and education is key for success of Infineon Austria. After this brief introduction of the company, I think it's time to move to the main topic of today, which is IPSI Microelectronics. Before that, it's important to highlight the key role that microelectronics industry plays in today's modern society. If you look at all the technologies, all the technology objects around you shaping our life, you will for sure see microelectronic components inside. So indeed, it's fair to say the microelectronics industry is the driving force behind all mega trends. Take it e-mobility, automation, AI, IoT, renewables, they all rely in the innovations and advances made by microelectronics. This is why with the wave of digitalization, the current wave of digitalization, the global semiconductor chip sales expected to double and grow to $1 trillion in early 2030s. This comes with a realization at political level. Semiconductors are now highly placed on the global geopolitical agenda. Nations across the world understood and realized this critical role that semiconductor industry plays. And due to also the shortage of chips that is quite significantly affecting many user industries like automotive, nations across the world developing new investment programs to advance semiconductor research and semiconductor manufacturing. And this is the case in Europe, this is the case in USA, and this is the case for sure in Asia. So it's fair to say that at the global geopolitical level, the importance of semiconductors are very well captured by governments and public organizations. One of these investment programs is IPCEI Microelectronics. So IPCEI stands for Important Projects of Common European Interest. It's an exception to EU state aid law, and it funds activities beyond R&D and supports first industrial deployment. It is closely attached to EU's policy ambitions. These are technological sovereignty, digital agenda, and the green transition. So the IPCEI Microelectronics project is closely attached to EU public policy goals. The project is a partnership, is funded by national authorities in Europe, but approved by the European Commission in December 2018. Currently, there are 32 companies across Europe working together in R&D and first industrial deployment level across Europe. The IPCEI Microelectronics covers 5 technology fields. These are energy efficient chips, power semiconductors, sensors, advanced optical equipment, and compound materials. The IPCEI project comes with positive spillover effects. What that means is that the knowledge generated, the technology developed in the project will be shared, will be disseminated via spillover activities across Europe. And we will reach out to stakeholders beyond the semiconductor industry. I will present the details of our spillover activities in the upcoming slides. Let's look at the consortium. So as I mentioned, this is a consortium action gathering companies across Europe. Here you see the technology fields and the 32 companies involved. And Infineon, Austria is located in the power semiconductors technology field. This is where the competence occurring in the IPCEI. As I mentioned, IPCEI projects must have spillover activities to spread the information generated in the project across Europe and also deliver an impact at society level. For instance, here we talk about 3 main types of spillover effects. First is skills. The technological development thanks to the project is creating new educational opportunities in Austria but also across Europe. We do have specific activities targeting the Croatian ecosystem. Innovation, such a big investment made thanks to IPCEI project comes with new R&D and innovation collaboration opportunities. And also growth. When we talk about growth, we talk about supply chain relations, and the investment made in the IPCEI project also supports or enables new collaboration opportunities. And also here it's important to highlight the focus of such collaboration opportunities will be on SMEs, startups in particular, so that smaller companies and startups also can benefit from this growth that is enabled by mainly big companies. Let's take a look at the skills and jobs. As I mentioned in my presentation, the semiconductor industry is growing. So Infineon at global level opened new job vacancies, as you could imagine. But what is interesting, the open jobs at Infineon globally doubled. And currently there are more than 2,000 jobs available at Infineon globally, and more than nearly 300 jobs available at Infineon Austria. And these are really highly skilled jobs requiring advanced academic backgrounds. But also what Infineon offers in terms of jobs is that the power electronics technology that is enabled by Infineon provide purposeful jobs to your STEM talents. So as you already know, power electronic solutions enable energy efficiency by reducing energy consumption and reducing CO2 emissions. And this is highly contributing to EU's Green Deal, meaning Europe's ambition to become world's first climate neutral bloc by 2050. And we find this as a quite strong, clear opportunity for young people, STEM talent, who want to have purposeful jobs and deliver an impact at societal level. Therefore, we highly recommend them to consider power electronics jobs and jobs that are launched by Infineon as a career opportunity and to contribute to Europe's green ambitions. To support this thinking, we organize various spillover activities. So we cover the full talent pipeline. We have activities for bachelor, master, and PhD students. So for instance, I will talk about the PhD program in detail, but for instance, Infineon offer many traineeship or internship opportunities to students across Europe, including Croatia. We highly encourage STEM talent to look at the opportunities available. At the vocational education level, we invest in education and teaching infrastructure with digital tools, and this is our Smart Learning Plus program. We will launch a power electronics and sustainability awareness campaign in Croatia. This will start next year. Also, we are highly focused to connect Infineon subject matter technical experts with university students in Croatia. For instance, we would like to organize, and now we are in touch with the universities to plan and deliver lectures by Infineon experts to Croatian students. What's on the pipeline is that Girls' Day for girls at the age of 8 and 12 years old, and to introduce them to tech world, the semiconductor industry, and already motivate them to study this subject in the long run. On top of that, we do have summer and winter schools. This is mainly for bachelor, master, or PhD programs on a dedicated topic, and the next one will be in February online on the topic of cybersecurity. I encourage the audience, and if we have any students here today, to take a look at the website of Infineon and get a chance to this winter school taking place next year in February. PhD Excellence Program. As I mentioned, the semiconductor industry is very R&D driven, therefore it's very open to PhD students and candidates' contribution. Infineon has a PhD program in place with the IPSE project. We like to advance this program and build on it, and now we offer lots of scholarship opportunities and in-kind support to PhD students that are studying a topic that is relevant to Infineon Austria, namely power electronics, power semiconductors, and please also contact me for this topic, and then we can discuss available opportunities for PhD candidates. The goal here is to keep the PhD student at the home university, and with the technical direction coming from Infineon subject matter experts, we like to make sure that the PhD theses are highly relevant to Infineon and the power electronics industry. As to supply chain issues, as I mentioned, the IPSE project also has already created lots of opportunities for small and medium-sized companies and startups, but we would like to go here to really local networks and understand what are the key issues that startups, what are the potential opportunities for SMEs in the EU 13 countries and beyond, especially in Croatia, and then develop some networking opportunities with them. So we are interested in tech startups, manufacturing SMEs, also cluster organizations who are interested in semiconductor technology and develop relations there. Infineon now is also currently considering to open a new iHub, that's a meeting place for startups in Europe. Currently there is one in Vienna, but we are looking into opportunities to open a second one in another EU country. So one way to develop this network, of course, meet people or stakeholders face to face. Right? Now we live in the COVID world, sometimes face to face is not possible, but nevertheless it's very important to make direct contact with our stakeholders. That's why we are now planning detailed workshops with WKO, and we will organize several workshops on technology topics covering digitalization, sustainability, power electronics, and skills topics, and there will be many activities also in Croatia in the upcoming years. And the first one actually was going to happen tomorrow, but unfortunately due to COVID we cannot hold it. However, we decided to switch to online format. Therefore, on the 9th of December, we are looking forward to welcoming interested stakeholders, companies, SMEs, startups in Infineon's digitalization workshop. To conclude, so this IPSE microelectronics project is really highly placed on the EU agenda. It's supporting EU's growth in this key technology and creates many positive spillover effects for the broader ecosystem. Infineon Austria is part of this strategic initiative, and we will also organize dedicated spillover activities in EU across Europe, namely in Croatia. And here what matters is of course local network, local collaboration, meeting local ecosystems and developing new ideas is very important. Therefore, we encourage the Croatian tech ecosystem to join our spillover activities, and let's find out what specific opportunities are available to develop the semiconductor industry and beyond. For any further questions, please contact us at the email address that you are seeing. With this, I'd like to finalize my presentation, and thank you so much for this opportunity.
Evo, dame i gospodo, hvala vam na strpljenju i što ste ostali s nama do kraja. Kao što smo spomenuli, imali smo namjeru danas zajedno sa Infineonom održati jednu praktičnu radionicu o digitalizaciji. Nažalost, njihov predavač se razbolio i mora otkazati putovanje u Hrvatsku, tako da svi oni koji su zainteresirani za tu radionicu i koji su se prijavili za nju, sama informacija, ona će se održati za točno 2 tjedna u online izdanju. I ako ste zainteresirani ili nam se javite, mi ćemo se svakako javiti vama u međuvremenu i poslati vam link putem kojeg ćete ju moći pogledati, sudjelovati aktivno u njoj online. Znači da točno 2 tjedna, 9.12. od 14 do 16 sati Infineon Workshop on Digitalization. Hvala još jednom svima koji su tu uživo s nama cijeli dan i pozivam vas da nam se pridružite na zajedničkom ručku, a onima koji su nas pratili online zahvaljujem na pozornosti i također na strpljenju. Hvala, pozdrav.